You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
In your bushes, who rock grooves and make moves with all the club, sipping Moet as you find me. The back of the club, macking holes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music blasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic free. Honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while? I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's. Put the truck up front and roll up the next brunch so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Imaginary ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gas strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime, Howard, bullshit clay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. So people like me, people like you, wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar hates shit, and it's taxed to no end. Those are rich men, those are rich men. I wish politicians look out for minors, if not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the whole beast bilking welfare. God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge round. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
Hasan's fucking AI voice is scary good. It's scary fucking good. The way they can make him sing any song. I'm surprised there aren't more, like, fake cancellations, you know? Like, people, like, framing him with fake clips. It's crazy. Sorry, I wasn't here yesterday. My skin is in a predicament. It's, it started peeling, like, kind of, but it's like not ready to peel, so it's just super raw underneath and hurts a lot. Won't come off, but itches very bad, but hurts if you itch it, that kind of shit. I tried putting aloe on, and it just burned. It burned so bad. I had to shower it off immediately. It hurts so bad. I don't feel like that's normal. Maybe it was because I had just gotten out of the shower when I put it on. So, like, my pores were all open and shit. I don't know. But that shit hurts so fucking bad. And made me want to die. And now I don't even know what to do. I can't even put aloe on it. Like, I'm afraid to try lotion. It's gonna be worse, I think. Right? Right. So... that's where I'm at. It hurts. It hurts very bad. It's hard to focus on anything. I need so many clips. I am clip poor. I, like, don't even have anything to post to TikTok. So gotta work on that. I got Teddy Fresh. It's drying right now, so I can't show you, but I also got Ideology. That's super fucking hype. A gift from my brother. Very excited to only wear that for the next 6 months. It looks so fucking comfy. Especially the Ideology one. It's so fucking soft. And it's like the perfect balance between heavyweight and lightweight. Like, it's not so thick that it's, like, gonna make you sweat, but it's thin and warm, you know? Like, very exciting. Very cool. But yeah, it's like the camo hoodie and sweatpants and the This Is Your Brain on Ideology sweater, which is so fucking dope. I love that one so much. Oh, it's so good. Oh yeah, I've pinned a chat with what I was working on today. It was like all day I was working on this shit. I guess I can just play it. Beautiful. Oh, I pinned the wrong thing. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Wait, how do I get rid of a pinned message? Why won't it let me get rid of it? No. Wait, why can't I unpin it? Oh. That's so annoying. Which, why are you like this? Maybe I have to go to mod view. Ugh. Cool, so you just can't unpin a message. Great. I love that for me. Wait, is it still pinned? I can't tell. I can't tell. Well, I guess you can just go watch both. Fuck it.
I just don't do stuff to mitigate endemic diseases, right? You don't say malaria is endemic and then throw away your mosquito. You don't say malaria is endemic and then you don't say malaria is endemic and then you don't say malaria is endemic and then throw away your mosquito.
I just don't do stuff to mitigate endemic diseases, right?
Exactly. Even if a disease is endemic, you don't be like, awful.
Hi, Chase, you're welcome.
I time to do nothing. I time to do nothing. I time to do nothing. I time to do nothing.
I just don't do stuff to mitigate endemic diseases, right?
Right, you don't say, oh, well, sometimes people get sick during surgery, so I'm not gonna wash my hands or put on gloves before I cut somebody's chest cavity open. Cut somebody's chest cavity open. Cut somebody's chest cavity open. Yeah, you don't do that, that's ridiculous. I just don't do stuff to mitigate endemic diseases, right? I just don't do stuff to mitigate endemic diseases, right? I just don't do stuff to mitigate endemic diseases, right?
The ending's my favorite part. Hi Trace, what's up? You're welcome. I'm trying. I am doing my best. Man, I spent like a really long time working on that, like so long. Like an embarrassing amount of time. It's like not even that good. And now that beat is stuck in my head, like the beat that I added.
I just don't do stuff to mitigate endemic diseases, right?
You can hear it. It's literally just Marcus going, but with reverb. That's like the secondary beat I have. Yeah, I made this. I've just been sweaty editing all day doing this. Schedules are hard, yeah. I definitely struggle with it. Like, between doing everything I need to do, like, in the house and, like, feeding myself, posting, editing, preparing stream, it's just, like, hard to get that all done first. And, like, I don't want to do it after, because I have no energy after stream, so... We're getting there. We're trying. I think I just need to stop expecting so much of myself every day. Manage my expectations, you know? But yeah, this song was fun. A little, a reprieve for washing my own face while editing. I put so much more work into this than anything I've ever made of my own content. Like, I learned some new editing stuff, though. Like the chromatic effects. I'm kind of obsessed. It's trippy and I like it. Editing is crazy. Like, there's just, like, literally always more that you could learn. You could always get better at editing. It's gonna be wild once AI is, like, can make, like, a Vic Berger film. You know? Because, like, that was my inspiration. I fucking love Vic Berger. The GOAT. My idol. But imagine, like, just having an AI that just edits in the style of Vic Berger. Like, that would be so valuable. Everyone would want it. I would pay so much money for that shit. I would, like... Yeah. I would do so many things for that. I probably could have found an AI program to do it, but what I wanted was so specific. Like, it never would have gotten that at the end. There was, like, 20 pieces of media in there, if not more. Like, how do you tell an AI, like, what a good meme is? You know? And, like, half of that, it wasn't even memes, but it becomes a meme in context, you know? Like, when you juxtapose, Biden says COVID is over, and also Biden got COVID. You know? I love that. How could AI know? Yeah, it doesn't have a sense of humor, okay? It doesn't have childhood trauma. Oh, God. AI will understand the Biden irony, yeah. Maybe. The Joe Brandon, yeah. Give me a deeply, sardonic, jaded, sarcastic motherfucking AI. That's what I need. Essentially. Essentially, I want an AI clone of myself that can edit. Yeah. Dude. I'm so mad. Like, I put hours and hours into that edit, and I think I've gotten, like, a collective 6 views. It's so fucking... Why? Why did I do that? Why do I do these things? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I did just post it, but, at least Marcus saw it. You know? My heart is full. Marcus saw it and he liked it. He said, this edit is pure chaos, just like real life, no notes. Yeah. That's exactly what I was going for. Thank you. Exactly what I was going for. Okay. So got like a very girl-coded stream tonight. Very femme-coded, you know. Men welcome, of course, but we're talking about the girls tonight, okay? The girls, they're fighting, they've got opinions. We've got a Shanspeare that's newer, what, 8 days ago? About Doja Cat and the Satanic Panic. We've got FD Signifier about Beyonce. Are you is she demonic, or are you just anti-black? Wisecrack did a crack at Taylor Swift, which I love. I love to see that. We've got Mina Lee, the circus of celebrity house tours. That's gonna make me so mad. I don't know. Maybe it's a bad idea to do Taylor Swift and house tours back to back, but you know what? We'll just run the anger train. Everyone aboard the toxic anger train. A little thing about memes from Intellectual, some Barbie stuff, another Shanspeare about Shein, and then we can get into the girl dinner, girl, girl core. all this. And we can finish off with a nice Khadijah about titties on display. What's the big deal? What is the big deal? Free the titty. So that's the plan. I learned to hate Tay-Tay from here. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't hate her. You know, girl boss, good for her and everything. I just... very critical support. Very critical. Also, like, it's not just the labor stuff. Like, a lot of black women have criticized her for, like, performative feminism. There's many a reason to not like Taylor Swift, including that she's a newly minted billionaire. So so yeah, I don't know if y'all have seen Doja Cat's new album. A lot of her like album art was going around on Twitter. That she was like dressed as a demon, just like in full body paint. It's kind of badass, honestly. I can pull that image up actually, just as a teaser. Wait, I don't know if I can. Wait. On second thought, I'm not sure that I can. Because she is like naked and it's just body paint. I think. So maybe not. Maybe not, but it's hot. I love that. I love Doja. You know, there was that whole debacle where she was like saying how she hates her fans or whatever, you know? That's fine. You can hate me, queen. I'm fine with that. I'm curious where Shanspeare is gonna go with this analysis. So let's go.
I know, right? Oh, hello. Welcome to the Devilishly Good Time Museum. Location, hell. My name is Shanspeare, and I will be your torture guide this evening. What's a bad name for you? Ah, I see you've booked with us today our pop culture bundle, which includes a guided tour and a chance to curse your least favorite politician, not naming any names, Ron DeSantis. Alright, that'll be $10. Are you paying with debit or credit today? Oh, honey, we don't take souls. That won't pay the bills. Excuse me for a second. This bubbling pot has been going off all day. This is where our satanic contracts come in, for final approval. By me, of course. Let's see who we have next.
This is sick.
That can't be right. Give me a second. I'm going to call my evil secretary real quick. We'll get to your tour in a second. Stop being such an American. Hey, Sally. I'm...
Stop being such an American. The idea that Americans are even hated in hell. I love that.
checking in a client, and I got a fax saying that Doja Cat is going to be our next inductee. I was just wondering if that was right. Yeah. I know. The concerts are going to be insane. I really hate to be the loser who'll be missing out of that. Yeah. All right. I will let these kind people know. All right. See you, Sally. Yeah, so your tour has actually gone up in price. Yeah, we have a new inductee coming in straight from Hollywood, and you'll be the first to meet her. I am also eternally damned to tell you that your tour also comes with other fiery amenities, like our sponsor, Toon Blast.
No!
In
Oh
May
my god, that segue. That segue was devastatingly good.
of 1988, the small city of Jamestown, New York, was experiencing hell on earth. People reported sightings of mutilated bodies, both human and animal. Rumors circulated that teenagers were going to be beat up after school. In turn, they armed themselves and took to the street in defense. At one point, there was even a rumor that a young, blonde, blue-eyed virgin would be kidnapped in the night and sacrificed to the devil. At least I'm safe. But it seemed that overnight, Jamestown was completely over.
Why is it always that? Why is it? It's always like that's the number one thing you can say to scare like white supremacists. They're gonna take the blonde, blue-eyed girl. Anything but that.
Overtaken by an infection. A mortal there, Jeffrey Victor, was directly affected by this panic. He was a resident of the small New York town, and his son, only a child, got caught up in the frenzy. The child would receive phone calls all through the night. Phone calls that threatened him, that accused him of dark things. His father, Jeffrey, was petrified. What had caused his small town to awaken with such vengeance? Unbeknownst to Jeffrey at the time, the same issue was sweeping through the entirety of the United States. Soon, it would know no borders, no oceanic margins. The 80s and 90s were ripe with this fear. This fear that a secret, ever-powerful cult was stealing youth and slaughtering innocents. The circumstances surrounding this worldwide panic pointed to demonic activity, and I admit, you mortals are quite weak to possession. Frightened, the media began calling it a satanic panic. It became cemented in 1983 when workers at McMartin Preschool in California were accused and tried for ritual abuse. A child enrolled at the preschool was sitting upon the toilet one day, doubled over in pain from a bowel movement, and his mother became paranoid. She had concluded from her son's pain that he had been abused. This abuse was not only carried out by her estranged husband, but by someone at the McMartin preschool. This accusation caused a frenzy, one that history does not look upon with kindness. After the accusation, the police sent a letter to 200 parents with children enrolled at McMartin, and a fragment of the letter read, "Dear parent, this department is conducting a criminal investigation."
Dude. Nothing changes. Nothing really ever changes, right? Except now, instead of molestation, they're also doing, just, whatever, abuse, indoctrination, gender ideology. Like, there's no need for alarm, like literally at all, but it's just like hysteria.
Involving child. Please question your child to see if he or she has been a witness to any crime or if he or she has been a victim. Please do not discuss this investigation with anyone outside of your immediate family. So, how do you think this went? I'll give you 666 seconds to come up with your answer.
Just get class consciousness, people. Rage, for real. For the love of God.
Badly. It went badly. Over 300 children were involved in the initial accusations. The number, upon the start of the trial, dwindled to 41. Experts reviewed the interview tapes of these children and concluded that the detectives involved used improper, coercive, directive, problematic, and adult-directed techniques in a way that forced the children to follow a rigid script. And then
Oh, yeah, I think I remember reading about this. They would just, they would ask the children leading questions, right? And they would keep asking leading questions until they got the answer that they wanted. Which is just so incredibly fucked up. Like, children, they just want, like, it to be over and to not be in trouble and to not have to talk to the adult anymore. So, yeah, they're just gonna say whatever the fuck.
Directed techniques in a way that forced the children to follow a rigid script. And then came the so-called bizarre accusations. Children were alleging that witches were flying throughout the daycare during business hours. A parent accused one of the defendants of knowing how to fly. One kid even picked Chuck Norris out of a lineup when asked who was abusing them. Eventually, the public lost faith in the credibility of the
Just the Salem witch trials over and over and over again. I love that for us.
case. It was closed and the abuser set free. But the fear this initial panic instilled never quite died down. That mortal Jeffrey Victor called these fears of satanic cults chronic anxiety, meaning they don't go away. They're everlasting. The concept of some secret satanic group stealing children, drinking blood, and wearing dark robes. This fear is older than you, your parents, their parents, and so forth. Funny enough, you humans also have a way of invoking this fear at times of tension. Political, racial, economic, you name it.
Like, for people who seem to hate the idea of the devil so much, they give him so much power, right? Like, if your God is so all-powerful, then why is everyone so easily corrupted by the devil? It seems like he didn't make a very good plan there, you know? Like, maybe the devil is onto something.
And this is especially true when there is an easily accessible scapegoat to pair with it. For instance, when 71% of Rome was destroyed by a fire in 64 AD, Emperor Nero blamed Christians, who were already unpopular amongst the crowd. They were often accused of stealing children and using their blood for satanic sacrifices. In the Middle Ages, Christians turned the blame to Jewish people, accusing them of butchering young Christian kids and using them for rituals. In fact, if we were to trace the history of satanic panics from ancient times until now, Jewish people are almost constantly the target of these conspiracy theories. The fear that a secret society whose ever-present
Yeah, what's it called? The blood libel conspiracy? I think that's what it's called.
power and eliteness allows them to control the entire world is often linked to anti-Semitism, which can lead to disproportionate and unwarranted violence aimed at the Jewish community. Think of the NWO, the Illuminati, or even QAnon. How strange is it that something so outlandish like
QAnon?
These theories can simultaneously be submerged in very real hatred, used to further selfish agendas. I'm sensing a future pattern. When the mortal Jeffrey Victor began investigating the satanic panic taking over his town in the 1980s, he came across an explanation commonly used for such infections, and that is mass hysteria. I remember it like it was yesterday. The dancing plagues of 1518.
Oh my god, this is one of my favorite things ever. One of the best stories from history that I know of.
Salem witch trials of the 1600s. Bloody, fiery.
Oh, I thought she was going to explain it. Probably because she's already explained it before. I think essentially the town supply of bread or grain got contaminated with what's it? Argot? Argot? Some shit like that? It's like a fungus that can produce something akin to LSD. So everyone was just tripping for days, could not stop dancing, just like out of, you know, like the heat of the moment, like the crowd taking over. I don't know. You just sometimes you just accidentally drop acid and dance for like a week straight.
Hellish good times. During mass hysterias, critical thinking skills are dampened. A group of people share a temporarily pathological emotional state, where emotion shapes cognition. That's what Jeffrey Victor concluded. But mass hysteria doesn't explain the religious aspect, or the subcultural aspect, or even the geographical aspect. How can the entire world be undertaken by this infection at the same time for the same reasons? We demons aren't that strong. It turns out that the satanic panic and other moral panics just like it is about being human. Hard news, harder times, these are the circumstances that breed the perfect ground for chaos. And I love chaos. Jeffrey argues that rumors and rumor-led panics are the mortal's response to the strange and unusual. You are unsure of your future. You are heavily dependent on your past, and so you hold tightly to it in fear of change. Religion, the nuclear family, the gentle times for TikTok superstars and devilish music. You try to explain the unexplainable in times where authority figures, your politicians, your governors, your presidents are distinctly untrustworthy. When people lose faith in their authorities, they will regard bizarre and frightening rumor stories as plausible, such as those about satanic cults, because it might seem dangerous to simply disregard them. Legends are a coping mechanism, a comfort in the time of the bizarre. And aren't you mortals going through something absolutely freakish?
Yeah, and I think the dichotomy between good and evil, it's so popular because it's so easy to understand. It's so simple, right? It's so much simpler than the real complexities of human nature, that good people can do bad things, bad people can do good things, that it may not always be immediately clear if someone is an angel or a devil. That's a lot more like taxing to deal with, right? Like you have to spend a lot more energy considering people in their totality. I don't know, I think about that a lot.
I mean, your politicians are corrupt, your police are
Do not text and drive.
gratuitously violent, your groceries are expensive, your rent is outrageous, you can't pay your bills, you can't clothe your children, and yet there's a sector of mortals much more prosperous than you. Celebrities, presidents, people in power who look down upon your own poverty and offer you thoughts and prayers, but never salvation. You are experiencing, as Jeffrey wrote it, a deep cultural crisis of values, coming after a period of very rapid social change. It looks like you're in due time for another satanic panic.
My God. Okay, production value. God, I love Shanspeare. Never disappoints. They never disappoint. I do think this has been going on for some time, though. I feel like... What? Honestly, did it ever really end? I'm like trying to think like when the second satanic panic would have started. But like it never really did go away, did it? There were always like parents being like, "Oh yeah, you can't play with Pokemon because that's demonic." I don't know.
And I say to you, be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy the devil prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. Resist him, standing firm in the faith.
Ayo? Devil can get it.
Because you know that the family of believers throughout the world is undergoing the same kind of sufferings. Hollywood is the perfect breeding ground for moral panics. It has uncertainty, it has unconventional fashion, and it has an endless sea of hopeful creatives trying and sometimes failing to set themselves apart. There's the mortal Sam Smith, who caused an uproar during their 2023 Grammy performance, featuring Kim Petras. Both Sam and Kim got a perfect score of serving cunt with a side of mothertude. But your pesky conservatives didn't like their performance much. It was defined as a devilishly provocative, satanic, evil ritual that made Republicans want to throw up.
Wait, when was this? February?
Much. It was defined as a devilishly provocative, satanic, evil ritual that made Republicans want to throw up. I thought it was fun. But before Sam and Kim came Lil Nas X, who kickstarted your pathetic little planet with the release of his Montero music video. It featured him giving a lap dance to the devil, poles sliding down into hell, and again, serving
Incredible music video. I love this song. I love this music video. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. They already talked about Lil Nas. Yeah. Yep, there it is. You have to. You have to. You can't talk about this and not mention Lil Nas.
An absolute devilish cunt. My friends and I watched it 18 million times. No exaggeration. It gave us new ideas on how to make an entrance at work. But the BET Awards allegedly asked him if he was a Satanist because of it, and people worldwide called for his cancellation. He's not alone. There's a history of gender non-conforming and otherwise queer people being accused of worshiping Satan.
Yeah, after that music video, Lil Nas X had to get added security. Or maybe actually security for the first time. I think that was like one of his first like really big tracks that like hit TikTok.
And this history stretches back centuries. What people don't understand when they campaign against Sam Smith, Kim Petras, Lil Nas X, and other queer and trans people accused of Satanism is the fact that they're simply reclaiming threats they've faced their whole lives. For centuries, LGBTQI+ people have been told, directly and indirectly, that their mere existence is enough to get them a first-class ticket to hell. How do you think that feels? Sitting in the church pews as a child, being told that
Feels bad, man.
that you can pray away something integral to your soul. So you pray, and you pray, and you pray, and nothing changes within you, except maybe your capacity to love yourself. And it's not just queer and trans celebrities facing this hardship. It's the non-binary teenager stuck in your dreaded Florida state, dying for gender-affirming care, struggling to pay their bills, hoping for a way out that won't be given to them by a so-called religious man. It's this 70-year-old trans woman in Texas who just started living her life completely free, only to be beaten back underground by her community. These people see your campaigns against them. They see your calls of grooming and brainwashing. They stare at the version of themselves that you've constructed, false versions, and they internalize it. They see your cries for them to go to hell, and they do it willingly, in style. The issue here is not religion. Even I am open-minded enough to see that religion can heal. There are people who are comforted by religion, who are spurred by it, who use it as a path to help and restore peace to others.
Yeah, I may be going to hell, but at least I'm gonna serve cunt all the way there, okay? Okay? I would rather have it that way. Have you seen the way church people dress?
The problem instead is falsifying religion and using it for your own selfish gain. The Bible does not speak about campaigning for total annihilation of trans, queer, poor, impoverished, unhoused, disabled people, or people of color. It says, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. And again I say to you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. No one can serve two masters. You will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money." This fear that there's a group of elites.
Damn, the Bible sounds kind of based, actually. Yeah. Like, capitalism and, like, the teachings of Jesus, they're fundamentally incompatible. Which is why modern Christians have to cherry pick so selectively.
Controlling your earth for their own financial gain? That's real. But it's not who you think it is. It's not your black grocer. It's not your Jewish neighbor. It's not your trans student. It's the ones who line their pockets with the blood that comes from targeting these people. It's these actual blood-sucking elites, usually right-wing pundits and big tech corps, who peddle sensationalist narratives to distract us from the actual problems at hand, which they are responsible for. Karl Marx even spoke of them, saying, "The vampire will not lose its hold, so long as there is muscle, a nerve, a drop of blood to be exploited." The point? This new age satanic panic, the one that targets LGBTs and otherwise non-conforming individuals, has nothing to do with religion and everything to do with reinforcement. Besides reinforcing white, heterosexual, cis supremacy, it's also about reinforcing tradition, even down to aesthetics. Let's take Doja Cat, for example. Shall we, mortal? She is the latest celebrity to get washed up in this wave of panic. From her blood red crystal ensemble at Paris Fashion Week to her so-called...
Oh my god. This was so fucking incredible. Gorgeous. And I remember Chris Clements did like a recreation of this. That was so funny. No, she's iconic.
Demonic dazed cover, even to her haircut, tattoos, and music. Everything Doja Cat does is tainted. Ever so that tattoo.
Oh yeah, her back tattoo is so sick. So sick. Wait.
To her so-called demonic dazed cover.
Wait, how is this demonic? Is there a demonic thing I'm missing here? She looks possessed, is that it?
Even to her haircut, tattoos, and music.
Wait, what does her haircut and music have to do with being demonic? Because, like, I love Doja, but her music is, like, pop. It's literally, like, what you might hear in a Walgreens. I don't know, maybe I just haven't investigated the lyrics enough. That's it, probably.
Everything Doja Cat does is tainted, ever so lightly, by accusations of dark energy. But it kind of works out. It makes me like her even more. Except for all the boyfriend allegation stuff, that's weird and strange, even for me. Truthfully, I'm not here to talk about those allegations. They have a—
Wait. What allegations? I didn't hear about that.
A place of their own, forever cemented on other parts of your internet. If those allegations are true, the backlash she's receiving may be appropriate. But it is for certain that these comments, under numerous posts of her Instagram, have nothing to do with her boyfriend and everything to do with Doja Cat's current.
You really worship the devil now. Bye. Devil worshipping doesn't clear up acne? No, it gives you cysts. What? She's been showing signs, cutting her hair off, doing the stuff she do, etc. Is cutting your hair off demonic? Wait, what? Does the Bible say something about hair?
Current aesthetic. The mortal public seem to think that Doja is the latest inductee in a long line of famous Illuminati members. The modern Illuminati is thought to be a secret society, much like those dreaded satanic cultists who control the world with their money and power. People have accused numerous stars of being in the Illuminati. After years of being accused of having connections to it, for instance, Beyonce came forward with a devilishly appropriate lyric condemning the chatter. Madonna even once wrote a song featuring the word Illuminati in its lyrics, yet quickly denounced any relation to the secret society. From a demonic view, it seems that your immortal celebrities find the existence of, let alone their membership in, some dark, fantastical society quite silly. But Doja Cat approaches it differently. She has all the zest of an unbothered human child experiencing Twitter for the first time, where it controls millennials with grace and ease. She posts consistent images on her Instagram that have pearl-clutching mortals in a twist. There's silly animated images of her with a shrunken head and 2012-esque Tumblr PNGs. There's thirst traps superimposed over weird food items. There's unpolished, slightly comical 0.5 zoom images of her forehead. And you can't forget the blood-soaked aesthetic of her new music. All of it has led the public to call out Doja Cat, other more valid criticisms aside, and declare her the newest inductee of the Illuminati. They believe she's undergoing a humiliation ritual in return for her rise to eternal fame. Really makes you think what's humiliating about having a shaved head, but maybe that's a conversation for a different tour.
Oh my god. Ew, wait, is that part of it? Is that what they were saying? Bro, what? I've heard about this, like, part of the conspiracy theory, where they, like, say you have to do a humiliation thing. But I just don't know what she's done that's really that embarrassing. At all.
Speaking of, what kind of torture guide would I be if I didn't give you a little homework? I ask you, what are the impacts of these accusations? Is Satanism really plaguing your pathetic human society? And if not, what does the internet's fear of nonconformity mean for the lifeblood of the only thing you mortals have going for you? Your ability to create art. Let's first start with this mystical Illuminati. Though accused of having ties to my world, the Illuminati was actually created in yours. And as far as I know, had no ties to Satanism during its reign. The closest to hell it got was that it was created eerily close to the founding of what you humans called the United States of America. Now that's a bad omen. The Illuminati was born from Adam Weishaupt, a professor at the University of Ingolstadt in the late 1700s. Adam was the only non-clerical professor there, meaning that he was the only one who was not a religious leader or priest. Over time,
got no host.
Adam became anti-clerical entirely and sought to spread enlightenment across his campus. And that he did by creating a secret society of law students who learned the word of rationalism. In 1778, the society came to be known as the Order of the Illuminati, adapted from the Latin root illuminatus, meaning enlightened. Adam's group was quite small and almost entirely dependent upon espionage. It sounds a lot cooler than I assume it was. After all, Adam was referred to as brother Spartacus across campus. Not cool at all. Within his first year, the membership grew from 12 to 27. These mortals were often Christians of good character, their words, not mine, and were usually rich, docile, curious, and young. Jewish people and pagans were strictly forbidden from joining, as were women, monks, and people tied to other secret societies. To this day, no one knows the true intentions of the Illuminati. Some mortal scholars claim it was created to promote equality and freedom in their community, which is easily debatable, while others claim that the Illuminati's purpose was to promote rationalism as an alternative to religion. Whatever the case, it doesn't matter, does it? The Illuminati grew greedy and unorganized and were outed amongst their people. The names of high-ranking officials were leaked, and the public became unsettled by their presence. They were banned by the 1780s, barely a couple of years after their inception, and Adam fled Bavaria for good. None of this happened in your little United States, by the way. But word soon spread to that cursed country, infecting it with the same fear held by the mortals in Bavaria. Lasting discourse on your planet accuses the Illuminati of controlling places of power, from Hollywood to the presidency. The internet has only allowed this frenzy to spiral and corrupt an even bigger, ever more expansive.
It's crazy, like, yes, our politicians are bought and paid for, but it's not by celebrities. It's not by, like, members of the Illuminati. It's billionaires. It's billionaires and their companies doing their bidding. You can look it up. It's all listed. Surely there's some lobbying that is under the table and not reported, but by and large, you can just go look up their names and how much money they got and for what.
Expansive demographic. What was once an infection of small towns, far-right conspiracy theories, and old white people is now a plague among us all. I blame the Shade Room. An interesting element to this new satanic panic is how much Satanism actually doesn't apply. Doja Cat, for instance, is certainly not a Satanist. At least, her trolling doesn't make her one. It's more so that people don't want to fuck her anymore, and so that must mean there's something wrong with her. Her dark clothing, her non-traditional aesthetics, her thousands and thousands of tiny red rhinestones. It's a sign of rejection, and rejecting them and their desires is akin to blasphemy. It's the same infection that plagued earlier satanic panics. People who wore too much black or listened to too much metal were accused of being vicious murderers, hell-bent on stealing away your children. Just as the OG satanic panic had people condemning goths for stepping outside of the traditional narratives, the current targets of these devilish conspiracy theories are just people going against whatever traditionalists think is acceptable. And usually, it's just people trying to be edgy. So what happens when the mortals on your tiny little planet buy into this nonsense? When they cheer on political talking points disguised as saving the children from corruption? When they brush off their neighbor who plots on harming those evil eyeshadow-wearing gays? When people correlate outrageous or non-conventional fashion to drinking the blood of innocents? You don't need me to speculate. Turn on the news. But I will humor you on another topic. What will happen to your capacity to create? Your mortal conservatives seem to like a book from your planet, 1984. There's a quote there that I like. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. You'll find yourself quieted by censorship, where anything considered non-traditional, non-Christian, non-heterosexual, non-cis, and non-white are stamped into the ground by the boot of conformity. Didn't I tell you that these moral panics have agendas? If Doja Cat is a Satanist for dressing differently, or making edgy art, or posting silly images on her Instagram, weird boyfriend be damned, I'm not talking about him, then what does that mean for the health of all artists? Especially the ones without the money and notoriety to back them up, because let's be very honest here. Doja Cat will come out of this controversy just fine. She already has.
Just like she already escaped Burning Man, just fine. I saw a video of her, like, hitchhiking to get a ride. She didn't even stay for the rest of the weekend.
But what does it mean for you mortals? Everything is perfect and nothing is beautiful with you. You've forgotten what it means to create something ugly on purpose. Things that make you cringe back in horror or embarrassment or shame are the things that are most important. But you don't get it. Blood and guts and weird Pop-Tarts with cheese melted on them, hidden in the background of a Pixar-edited thirst trap, is the only thing that will get you through this miserable existence. But you want airbrushed, you want pop, you want creatives to be digestible for you. You want heaven, and you want to turn your nose down at hell, when that's an integral element of nuanced creation. What happens when people start creating the same thing all the time? No pushed boundaries, no art with edges, no David Bowie, no Michael Jackson, no Frida Kahlo. Just a lifetime of safe, traditional, digestible art. Think you could survive that?
No. That sounds like hell. That sounds like my own personal hell.
Let's see. I hope you enjoyed your tour, mortal. That'll be $500 million. But at least you can somewhere else on your internet. Bye for now.
Oh my God. They're so good. How do I become that good? I can write an essay that good. The production quality, the lighting, the costuming, the makeup, the performance. Honestly, a true fucking gem. Okay, I just need a quick moment, please, and thank you. Fuck it, I'm playing it again.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime, Howard, bullshit clay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. So people like me, people like you, wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar hates shit, and it's taxed to no end. Those are rich men, those are rich men. I wish politicians look out for minors, if not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the whole beast bilking welfare. God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay, but your bags of fudge round. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. For people like me, people like you, wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. We're living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and then I'll think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, North of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
There once was a man so short, you see, and the name of this chap was Benny, and he was dressed for the cold as he wore a frown in his woolies and coat.
Soon may the knitting men come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done.
Okie dokie. Time for the FT Signifier B Sides on Beyonce. I think I've heard this for a long time. Ever since that album, what album was Partition on? I should be more familiar. I do love Beyonce. I just haven't kept up. I love this song so much. I listened to this song like 10,000 times. I still don't know what album.
So my wife
From the album Beyonce. Oh, okay.
went to the Beyonce concert here in Atlanta this past week, and she came home basically floating on air and proclaiming Beyonce to be the greatest, possibly even the biggest black pop star since Michael Jackson.
That's true.
The biggest black pop star right now, if not the biggest pop star, period. To her infinite shame, my wife is not even that big a Beyonce fan, but she was converted to the Church of Beyonce after seeing Miss Knowles in all her glory this weekend. And every piece of media I've seen explains why she enjoyed herself so much. Like if you go to Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and search Beyonce
Yeah, I'm sure she puts on a fucking fantastic show.
concert, you'll see the sheer feminine and very queer joy on display from all the concert goers. And I love it for y'all, all of y'all. The black women, the femmes, the girls, the girls. Is this okay? Am I gonna get canceled for that? And even the handful of cis men that invaded that queer femme.
Yo, I saw someone on Twitter saying that everyone should immediately delete from their vocab the phrase women and femmes. They didn't really explain why. And I don't know why. Maybe it was just a turf. I feel like maybe it was just a turf, right? Because, like, that phrase is only inclusive to, like, non-binary people, right? Like, why would you care? I don't know.
Them space, hopefully you're on your best behavior. However, when my wife woke up the next morning, she was shocked to find out that she had been victimized during the concert. She realized that she was 7 pounds lighter. And even the handful.
Sorry, my AirPods are not working. Fucking Apple. They make it so hard to use your AirPods with anything other than an Apple device. Like, I know that's on purpose. I know it is, because it doesn't have to be that way.
The cis men that invaded that queer femme space.
Don't tread on them.
Hopefully you were on your best behavior. However, when my wife woke up the next morning, she was shocked to find out that she had been victimized during the concert. She realized that she was 7 pounds lighter, but she hadn't done any exercise. And then you realize that 7 pounds is the exact weight of a soul. The only answer, according to Facebook.
They took her soul. They stole it. Oh my God.
TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter posts about Beyonce is that her soul had been sacrificed by Beyonce to the devil.
Yeah, it couldn't just be like dehydration and from dancing.
an open ritual so that Beyonce can become more famous or something. I honestly can't ever figure out exactly what the motive is for these things. That's right, for those who are unaware, Beyonce is Black America's equivalent to Marilyn Manson, Glenn Danzig, or Alice Cooper. And when you search TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and especially Facebook for Beyonce, you'll find no shortage of Black people, and unfortunately mostly Black women, proclaiming to see through the designs of Satan via 60-second camera phone footage that says it has proof that Beyonce is shape-shifting on stage and going into trances. This, of course, all a part of her now 10-year plus long plan to do something for Satan. Again, I'm not quite sure what that something is, to be rich and famous, even though she's been rich and famous for like 25 years.
Yeah, is it satanic, or does she just wear a lot of black? Like, I don't know.
Maybe it's to win more souls for Satan, which doesn't sound all that biblical to me. Some people say it's to join the Illuminati, which, okay, I guess that has some plausibility. All jokes aside, I've always been fascinated with this persistent set of rumors and criticisms of Beyonce in the Black community, because I've always found weird things fascinating, but also because this particular urban legend exposes a lot about Black conservatism, Black religiosity, anti-Blackness, and kind of like a limitation on Black political thought as a whole. So first, a little history. I was there when the whole Beyonce's and Illuminati, Black Illuminati thing started some years back in the late 2000s. There was a singer, I don't remember her name, but there was like this young pop singer, starlet type that never really got a full shot in the industry, never got a chance to really shine. And she wrote this supposed tell-all blog about how the reason why she didn't ever make it is because everyone in the industry was worshiping the devil, and you had to sell your soul to the devil to be famous. And she was never given a chance because she wouldn't play the game with them. And some of y'all probably remember, I don't remember this girl's name. Go ahead, put in the comments if you remember, if you were there. But she's not that.
I don't remember who he's talking about.
That important. And although I do want to say, like, one thing about this particular conspiracy theory is that it kind of conflates the very exploitative nature of the entertainment business to actual demons and devils, which is not true. It is true that people, especially young women in the entertainment industry, are often exploited and coerced into sexual acts and all kinds of fucked up stuff. But that's just like normal human shittiness.
Yeah. Hell is empty. The demons walk among us.
It's not like this is all for Satan's army, but we're already getting off topic. And she sprung on this modern era of insert celebrity here is in the Illuminati. If you know anything about conspiracy theories and moral panics, then you realize it kind of makes sense that this occurred at a time where the visibility of Black art and Black culture rose to brand new heights in the near decade-long Obama Block Party era of the late 2000s and early 2010s. This is light work, so I'm not going to get too deep into it, but suffice to say that superstition and fear of the new and unknown has always been a part of world cultures pretty much forever. The Black rock and roll stars of the 50s and 60s constantly got accused of being devil worshippers and trying to employ the youth into Satan's army. By the 70s up to the 90s, the focus switched to white rockers, as everyone from the clean-cut, really nice-sounding Beatles to the openly satanic Marilyn Manson was accused of trying to implant demons into America's youth. There were lots of albums played backwards, tons of church meetings, and a few congressional hearings about rock and roll and its negative influence. However, in the late 2000s, this phenomenon seemed to spread like wildfire over Black pop culture in a way that I think was a little different. I can't fully explain it for time, but understand that when Obama got in office, it was a cultural reset for Black art and media. Think of the way Black folks have been acting up for the Alabama Tea Party just the last couple of weeks, but turn that up to 1,000. So Black art and music and TV and movies had a renaissance, not just among us, but everywhere, all over the world, really. Meaning that there were new heights of success and visibility, and the way that Black felt for that moment was really different than how it felt up until that moment, and to an extent, but lesser extent, how it feels now. And I think this was a bit shocking to a lot of Black people who, for reasons I'll get to later, are uncomfortable with the idea that Black was suddenly not just being seen as socially acceptable, but commodifiable and worthy of celebration. And then all of a sudden it became normalized to believe that almost every Black celebrity, any Black person that's ever been successful in Hollywood or music or whatever, whether they're a rapper, singer, actor, politician.
Yeah, the hand symbols, they get so obsessed with this shit. Like,
successful in Hollywood or music or whatever, whether they're rappers.
Is this an Illuminati symbol? Or is this simply the symbol that Jay-Z and Beyonce devised for their fans to do in the crowd? That's not nefarious. Tons of bands do this type of thing. BTS does it with the little heart thing.
Singer, actor, politician was secretly in the Illuminati or gay or devil worshiper, and most likely all three. There's probably still a ton of these conspiracy theory videos up on YouTube, and I swear according to many of them, there's basically no Black celebrity that exists or has existed that hasn't also been a gay devil worshiper who sacrificed someone to be famous.
50 Cent is exposing Jay-Z and Beyonce for allegedly doing ritual sacrifices. And it looks like 50 is saying J and B will do literally anything to stay on top.
At that time, the Illuminati was why everything in Black pop culture happened. It's why Aaliyah died. It's why R. Kelly got caught. It's why...
It can't be that they're just capitalists. You know? They have to be evil or something. Like, what? Like, that they have to do something to stay on top other than just like capitalist exploitation.
Why Biggie got shot. It's why Drake. It was Black QAnon, I shit you not. It got to the point where within a few years, you start to see rappers and singers and other clout chasers purposefully evoking the imagery and aesthetics of the Illuminati and devil worship and whatever else, just to get outrage and free publicity. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going into the specifics of these conspiracies and why all of them are stupid and wrong, because if you know anything about people who are hardcore into nonsensical conspiracy theories, then you know you can never really disprove them in their minds. They will always find a way to take whatever proof you...
Yeah, you can't reason with a delusion. And this goes with any delusion. If it's religious or just a plain old regular delusion, you cannot logic them out of it. Unfortunately.
You present and reformulate it back into a different version of the same theory. There's also the fact that there are and have been real conspiracies by American social institutions that harm Black people. COINTELPRO was a thing, the Tuskegee experiments were a thing, etc. Also, one of the most prominent risk factors for a person getting into ridiculous conspiracy theories is social dysfunction and alienation, i.e., a lot of things Black people deal with. When you suffer in a world where nothing makes sense, you are more likely to buy into grand and bizarre explanations about where that suffering stems from. So I'm trying to be empathetic here, even though this shit is really fucking stupid. Like I said, every Black famous person has been the target of these rumors at one point over the last 15 or so years, but nobody has constantly had to deal with them as long as Beyonce has. So much so that she actually even addressed them in the first lines of her first single for her album Lemonade a few years back.
Y'all haters corny with that
Illuminati mess. Oh god. Oh, this track is so good. This whole album, I played this on repeat many times. A very good album. And also, yeah, this is a funny line. Hilarious.
Illuminati mess.
Why is this? What is it about Beyonce in particular that makes this rumor stick to her more than anyone else? The top and easiest one to point out to me is misogyny / misogynoir. The fact is that Beyonce is an incredibly powerful, very talented, and highly visible Black woman, and in many ways, all of those things are transgressive. She talks about sex openly, and while she's no sexy red, she's not afraid to put a little raunch on record. Even though Beyonce is married and a mother, allegedly, she very much doesn't embody the image that
Wait, what?
is married and a mother.
She faked her pregnancy for the Illuminati. Huh?
Allegedly. She very much doesn't embody the image that is expected for that role from a conservative standpoint. All of this, of course, wouldn't be much of an issue if Beyonce were a man, though. Some of the same people calling Beyonce a devil worshiper are asking people to pray for and forgive R. Kelly. Our media and black culture as a whole tends to hyper-focus on black women when they behave inappropriately. But I want to be clear here. In this case, so much of this comes from other black women. When you look through the folks with the strongest hate for Beyonce, it's other black women. Often black women closely aligned to quasi-fundamentalists and out there church ideologies. For whatever reason, black men have never taken issue with Beyonce, as far as I can tell. Most I think is because Beyonce's brand of feminism is a bit toothless, so it just doesn't raise anybody's ire. But she's still too much for a sect of hyper-Christian black women, and this is an example of how patriarchy is genderless. The women who constantly attack Beyonce are practicing misogynoir in the name of affirming a specific and appropriate type of black femininity that Beyonce doesn't always engage in. Anyway, this brings us to the next reason, which is general black conservatism and goofy religiosity as a whole. So when it comes to black conservatism, for Beyonce, she's just too out of the norm for them with her aversion to organize.
Another aspect of the misogynoir surrounding Beyonce is that everyone assumes that she got with Jay-Z to get famous, when, like, they kind of came up together. If anything, she helped make him famous.
Religion, her intentional courting of a queer fan base, her high art and avant-garde aesthetic. I hate to say it like this because there is a classist element to it, but there are like just portions of black communities that refuse to try things that are new and not like explicitly ordained to do within black communities. You try to force certain people to analyze or expand their perspective. For some of them, it's easier to just say that shit is the devil and write it all off to begin with, than challenge themselves to grow in any form or fashion. Like, we got whole generations of autistic black kids being abused because their parents would rather pray over them than get an occupational therapist. And I don't want to go too deep into the complex relationship between black people and the church. Lil Bill has a great video on the topic that you should watch. But I do know toxic church culture when I see it, and this is something that has always surrounded Beyonce. It's essentially a cottage industry of people selling DVDs and their own church sermons and whatever else, and seminars and conferences, and they use revealing the truth about Beyonce to be their big ticket to get people to spend money. It's basically a grift. The last and most insidious and disappointing thing, though, is anti-blackness. And really, if I wanted to, I could map everything else I've said so far onto that because it all connects, but I wanted to touch on this in a specific way. This is where the real ugly, deep roots of black conservatism actually lie. The gist of it is this: Beyonce is too successful to have gotten where she is based on her talent and work ethic alone. To some black people, other black people are just not capable of accessing this level of wealth and notoriety without some nefarious, maybe even supernatural forces allowing it to be so. There are some black people who have a subliminal inferiority complex in their heads that makes it where any black person doing good and progressing beyond the ordained position that they see, even in this fucked up system, must have some way done something wicked and devilish and demonic. It's giving a little Uncle Ruckus and a little Stink Meaner at the same time, and it's sad on so many levels. The irony is, if you know me, then you know I do feel like there is some truth to this sentiment. It just doesn't have anything to do with the devil.
Yeah, they may have done a lot of evil things, but it's nothing to do with the devil. They're not demonic, they're not possessed. They're driven by the profit motive. Pretty simple, really.
Or Satan. When black people are highly talented or driven, they don't have to sell their soul to the devil. They don't even have to sell out per se. In reality, capitalists and corporations and white interests will come find them. They will want to use that talent and extract value from it for their own needs. They will want to leech off black art and black creativity to make sure that said art and creativity won't be able to be used to build up black people. Extra points if it can be used to marginalize black people, like the gangster rap era of the 80s and 90s. When you look at some of our most prominent black celebrity figures, many of them are beneficiaries of shady business deals and business practices or exploitative contracts or selling specifically corporate-backed and regressive images of black people and black art. There is a reason why Rhapsody dropped a classic album in the same year that Meg Thee Stallion dropped Savage, and nobody remembers Rhapsody's album. And although I love me some Meg, I do feel like there is room for multiple images of black femininity in hip-hop, but we're not seeing that, and this is a reason why. Beyonce's husband, Jay-Z, was, I'm pretty sure, the first hip-hop billionaire. And one of his biggest steps on that path was to sign on as a fractional owner of the Brooklyn Nets back in the 2010s. The purpose of this deal was to put a popular black face on the team in order to smooth over the team's movement. It was to put
this fucking image, dude. They all look like the Corpa emoji. They're all the Corpa emoji. It's just 6 Corpas. It's a Corpa meeting. Oh my god. Corpa, we're inclusive.
Put a popular black face on the team in order to smooth over the team's movement to Brooklyn, which resulted in massive gentrification of Jay-Z's hometown of Brooklyn and the displacement of thousands of his original residents. Jay talked and was promoted as being the owner, or at least a big player in the ownership team, so it was sold as at least one of our own is going to benefit from the situation. He would even rap about it.
Would've bought the nesta Brooklyn for free, except I made millions off of you fucking dweeb.
But he only owned a fraction of the team, which he then sold not long after the team moved to Brooklyn. This maneuver helped spur Jay into a different stratosphere of business and helped result in him reaching that billionaire.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Why would you do it for free if you could become a billionaire? The profit motive. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Status, but it also cost the original residents of Brooklyn. And this isn't the only move of that sort by him or many of the black super rich. Similar things happened with Kanye West with Adidas, Killer Mike with Coastal Banking, or Rihanna with LVMH. That's the reality of black commerce and art in a white supremacist capitalist world. If you want to get to a certain level of notoriety and success, you have to.
I really gotta work on the video about LVMH. I might have to cut back stream days just so I can get that video out.
Work within the right RANT institutions. I'm here presenting you this video on a Google platform. Boots Riley, one of the most radical and subversive filmmakers of the last decade, is distributing his work via Amazon. So there are systems working in the shadows to manipulate and harm black people through our entertainment and art, but it's not demons or Satan, it's capitalism and capitalists, although if you want to be metaphorical, maybe you can call them demons and Satan. But for whatever reason, that shit I just said.
That's the thing, is that the Bible was supposed to be metaphorical. It is supposed to be allegorical. It was never supposed to be literal. Like Bernard Arnault. Yeah.
A little too far-fetched. Now I'm talking ridiculous. Niggas will believe that Beyonce can shapeshift before they critique Beyonce being a capitalist who promotes conspicuous consumption. I don't know what we're gonna do, y'all. Now, I have issue with Beyonce's politics, her peers, her hyper-capitalism, her girl boss feminism, but I want to be clear, none of that changed the fact that Renaissance slaps from song 1 to at least song 8. Now you can play all them joints without skipping. Lemonade is one of the best albums of the 2010s, and Beyonce is clearly a hardworking, gifted, once-in-a-generation performer who takes her art and everything she does about it seriously in a way that should be inspiring to anyone that aspires to do art. Two things can be true at once. And regardless of what you think about Beyonce, she wouldn't be in the position she's in if she wasn't so genuinely good at what she does. And I think some people just can't handle the fact that a black woman is probably the most powerful, famous, and recognizable person in all of black culture. Like next to Obama, is there anyone more famous and prominent in pop culture that's black compared to Beyonce? I think that's why this keeps happening. All this devil worshiping demon stuff is just It's fucking stupid. It's crabs in the barrel behavior from bottom of the barrel thinkers and people who need to take screen time breaks and maybe do some reading and meditation. It's low-key homophobic, mid-key misogynistic, and high-key really, really anti-black and stupid. And I almost...
Yeah, it is racist. Like, to just assume that a black woman couldn't succeed on her own merits. It's a meritocracy after all, right? Right? You wouldn't say this about Jeff Bezos, right? He didn't, worship Satan to get rich. That would be insane. That's hilarious. The thought of it. Like, meritocracy jokes aside. Like Beyonce used the same mechanisms as Jeff Bezos to get extremely, extremely rich.
Regret wasting brain cells on it. Get a life, y'all. I'm pfft Signifier, and this has been Light Work.
This video is brought to you. So I don't know about.
Way too dank. Sorry about that. All right. We got a wisecrack on Taylor Swift. Celebrities suck at politics.
About you guys, but when Guy Fieri offered to officiate 101 gay weddings in Miami, he earned a little bit of Burns' social capital. Also, Disney Plus should make a movie starring Fieri called 101 Gay Weddings. On the flip side, when a celebrity endorses a political candidate that I don't like, I find myself grumbling, ooh, celebrities, you should just stay out of politics. And also, Katy Perry, I'll never forgive you for your lame endorsements. Now, while it's easy to blame celebrities' political takes on their inflated egos, these days, staying out of politics isn't really an option. Fans straight up demand it, like when LeBron James was criticized for not commenting on Hong Kong's anti-government protests. But of course, when he did, he was criticized by others.
Wait, why? Wait, why? Huh? I don't understand the connection. Oh, the fuck. Do you feel like Jay-Z was bigger when they met all the way back when, but Beyonce is huge now and she didn't need him, like you're saying? Yeah. Yeah, I do think Beyonce would have gotten big with or without Jay-Z. Like, she may have made connections with like other men in the industry, but like in patriarchy, like what are you meant to do? I mean, I don't know. Maybe Oprah could have put her on or something, but like, let's be real.
For sharing his opinion. After fans accused stars Jamila Jamil, Rita Ora, and Shawn Mendes of queerbaiting, they were forced to come out about their sexuality. Taika Waititi voiced frustration with these expectations when he was asked about Hollywood's diversity problem at a recent Hollywood Reporter luncheon, and replied, "All of us want to be working and not having to come and do panels and speeches in the middle of our day. You and me both, Taika." And Taylor Swift, until recently, withstood a torrent of criticism for her reluctance to speak about political issues. Of course, she recently came out as a
refuses to confirm who her songs are about, and she refuses to talk about politics. Interesting.
For her reluctance to speak about political issues. Of course, she recently came out as a Marxist and said she is going to, quote, start the revolution and put the counter-revolutionary factions in sparkly gulags, end quote. It's a real thing she said. You could look it up. So why are celebrities' politics so important to us? Why do we put so much pressure on people who got famous for playing basketball, producing hits, and making vampire movies to save the world? Well, today we're gonna ask the question, why did celebrity get so political? Okay, before we get there's plenty of precedent for celebrity and politics mixing. In 1920, Warren G. Harding had an unusual presidential campaign strategy. Instead of going on the campaign trail, he invited singer and actor Al Jolson to perform some pro-Harding songs on his recently remodeled front porch. The people flocked to watch, and this became known as the first celebrity endorsement of a political candidate. And guess what? It worked. However, up until the 19...
So lame, dude. What? Just holding concerts on your front porch. Wow. Okay.
50s, the Hollywood studio system discouraged actors from being politically active with a morals clause that prevented them from making politically divisive statements. I mean, hell, actors couldn't even say the word pregnant on screen without risking their careers. Instead, they had to say stuff like, "Oh, did you hear that Clara's got some extra coal in the caboose? Maureen's full of more than ice cream these days." If you think you could do better, let me know some euphemisms for...
Gross. What? What? Wouldn't you just go with, like, a bun in the oven? That's one that people still say. At least. Hole in the caboose. Gross. That sounds like she has to take a shit. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Pregnancy that can be used in old-timey movies in the comments. Okay, so then in 1948, the Supreme Court dissolved the studio system, and soon actors were free of contract, and thus free to express their political views. Now, by the 60s and 70s, stars became full-fledged activists. Jane Fonda, Warren Beatty, and Paul Newman spoke out against the Vietnam War, and Muhammad Ali went to jail.
Rip Jane Fonda. A real one.
For refusing the draft.
No, I will not go 10,000 miles to help or kill innocent people.
Celebrity activism coincided with a major decline in Americans' trust in politicians, thanks to the trifecta of the Vietnam War, Watergate, and a recession, also known as the Trinity of Crap. Public fascination, adoration, and attachment to celebrities grew, paving the way for Ronald Reagan to run as an insurgent outsider and be elected as the first celebrity president. While he first gained face recognition for his B-movie cowboy charm, he parlayed his performative abilities into a political career. That's also what I'm aiming to do with this, so me and Reagan have that in common. Now, he'd previously served as president of the Screen Actors Guild, where he gained both fame and infamy for collaborating with McCarthy-era anti-communist efforts, and later as the governor of California. And he wouldn't be the last movie star to hold that office. It'd be cool if a good actor was the governor of California. Tilda Swinton for governor of California.
If only.
She'll be the weirdest governor ever. With the rise in 24-hour cable news, more celebrities had a platform to share their views alongside political pundits. Blogs, memoirs, and magazine columns like Us Weekly's "Stars, They're Just Like Us" made celebrities feel more relatable. As a result, folks like Angelina Jolie, George...
Just like us. Fat chest. Wow. Just like us. Exactly the same.
Clooney and Bono became more effective at getting media coverage for their pet causes than Bush, Obama, or members of Congress. Now, as celebrity capital increasingly intertwined with politics, savvy politicians allied themselves with celebrities. This is perhaps epitomized by Obama's star-studded White House events. Now, that is until one reality TV star cut out the middleman and ran for president. Trump used his business accolades to establish celebrity, which he used to build a political platform. But unlike Reagan, Trump was a different breed of celebrity politician, because he had no governing experience. Now, when asked in an interview if he would do it all over again regarding the presidency, Trump said, "The answer is yeah, I think so, because here's the way I look at it. I have so many rich friends, and nobody knows who they are."
Come on. If you're gonna do a Trump quote, you gotta do a Trump impression. The answer is, yeah, I think so. Because here's the way I look at it. I have so many rich friends and nobody knows who they are.
They are. In his own words, the man sees his victory in the context of fame, making his presidency the ultimate convergence of celebrity and politics. But Trump isn't the only celebrity who was objectively inexperienced and doing a job given to him by the public. In fact, we push most celebrities to act and advocate outside their areas of expertise. We would never expect a doctor to comment on the state of plumbing in America. So why do we expect celebrities to be thought leaders on social and political change? If you see this video the day you're going to the doctor, though, if the doctor's like, any other questions? Be like, plumbing. Your thoughts? Now, the concepts of fame and celebrity have been around forever, but their meanings have changed over time. Homer's Achilles said, I am returning to fight, partly to avenge Patroclus, but also because I want glory. Ancient Greeks believed people should become famous for performing impressive acts or deeds, like Milo of Croton, a wrestling champion who ran a mile with an ox on his shoulders and invented progressive strength training. Or Daedalus, an inventor who created automatons and the first dance floor. Now, instead of relying on being hot or consistently gossip-worthy, people earned fame through acts of heroism, in which glory was often seen as compensation for death. Plato wrote about fame via his theory of a tripartite soul, in which he organized human desire in order of worthiness. Rationality, or our desire for truth and knowledge, was ranked as most important. Then there was the spirit, or our hunger for glory and fame. Lastly, the least worthy human desire was appetite, or our want for material items and pleasure. Now, Plato believed that we can use our desire for fame as a driving force to accomplish something that benefits society. So it's okay to seek fame as long as you're famous for being virtuous.
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words, and yet I'm one of the lucky ones.
But today, fame and celebrity can be achieved without contributing to society. This fame for fame's sake is oppositional to what the ancient Greeks advocated. Philosopher Angie Hobbs even suggests that Plato would be very sad to learn that people achieved fame even though they had done nothing to deserve it. Let us know which modern celebrity that doesn't deserve it you think would make Plato the most.
Oh my god, have you guys seen the little beef between Mr. Beast and Jacksepticeye? It's so absurd, because like both of them kind of do like bottom tier YouTube content. Like, if I'm being honest, like yes, Mr. Beast is the most successful. Besides PewDiePie, I think he's like the highest subscribed YouTuber. But that's only because like everything he does has such a wide appeal. It's like, it's low-hanging fruit. Like, yeah, of course everyone wants to watch a house blow up. Of course they do. That's easy. It's also extremely wasteful and bad for the environment.
Most sad. When so much of the media landscape is dominated by those famous for being famous, it leaves less space for celebrating people who have actually accomplished things worth celebrating, like firefighters, or astronauts, or someone that works at the line at Chipotle who makes the burrito, where all of the elements of the burrito are perfectly arranged so that in every bite, you're getting a little bit of everything. Because the worst burrito you can have is where the first few bites, it's like, well, this is just rice and beans. In the middle, it's like, oh, here's all the salsa. In the bottom, it's like, here's all the meat. It's like, what are we doing here? That's partly why the rise of celebrity culture coincided with the slow erosion of America's long-established ecosystem of nonpartisan, trusted public intellectuals. After 9/11, there was a further decline in public trust in authority figures. American society and politics became even more polarized, resulting in siloed audiences only willing to support ideologically pure individuals who reinforced their point of view. Increasingly, we've got a marketplace of ideas where public intellectuals are either unwelcome or crowded out. It's hard to imagine a Carl Sagan or Stephen Hawking or Noam Chomsky getting their start today and amassing the same level of fame. In the absence of well-informed experts, we turn to celebrities as thought leaders, in part because our conflation of their private and public lives makes celebrities' politics feel more important. Humans have always paid attention to celebrities. We're social creatures, and psychologists say we evolved to pay attention to the people in our social groups who were thriving. Shout out the person in your social group who's thriving the most, tell them that you care. However, our parasocial relations...
Shout out to all the thriving babies out there. Couldn't be me. I'm not sure I even know someone that's totally thriving.
Relationship with celebrities is a recent phenomenon. First noticed in 1956, when anthropologist Donald Horton and sociologist R. Richard Wall observed that people were over-identifying with television stars. Because TV performers like Lucille Ball were accessible in the home and reappeared weekly, people simply got more attached than they had to movie stars. This accelerated into the age of social media, where stars can now interact with fans on Twitter and engage in more personal forms of self-disclosure.
Next question is, am I okay? Yes, I'm totally fine. I'm extremely happy. I have a beautiful home, beautiful children.
The barriers between celebrities' private and public lives have dissolved, making them seem more real and grounded, almost like trusted friends. Now, to be clear, parasocial relationships aren't necessarily bad. They give people community, relieve loneliness, and even help individuals shape their identities. Some of my favorite parasocial relationships happen weekly on our stream, Wisecrack Live. I like a lot of people there. I feel like I know them, even though they're just little names in a chat, but it's very fun. Depending on when you see this video, we might be on a little bit of a break, but we're coming back, so get ready. But these strong feelings of connection make fans trust stars more than politicians or other experts. And because people increasingly base their identities off their favorite celebrities, they feel entitled to their politics and betrayed when the celebs' views don't align with their own. But why does it feel so high stakes when Cardi B hangs out with Bernie Sanders? Well, it has a lot to do with how we feel about our political system and whether it fully represents us. Now, after the Watergate Vietnam recession trifecta of disillusionment, political scientist Scott Edwards lamented that Americans didn't believe in...
Man, how did Cardi B go from talking to Bernie Sanders to tweeting about her cousin's balls, like, in the vaccine? Like, what happened?
And politicians as heroes anymore. Without a civic role model to inspire us to action, the public turned to celebrities to fill the void. And today we're experiencing a similar crisis of faith. Most Americans believe that the government is corrupt, that constitutional democracy isn't working, that the partisan gridlock is insurmountable, and that there's nothing we can do about it unless Priyanka Chopra Jonas steps in with a reality TV show about activists competing to earn money for their cause. That's a real thing that they made, guys. That's a real thing. When we don't believe in our elected representatives' ability to enact...
Nicki Minaj was the cousin's balls. Oh, okay. My bad. I mix them up a lot. I'm sorry. I'm canceled. Oh no.
Meaningful change, it can feel like our only power lies in the cultural realm. And this makes Harry Styles' sartorial choices indicative of the future.
This fit was hideous. The worst fit of all time. What is this?
Harry Styles
the Lederhausen of gemstones, like the bedazzled Lederhausen. Like why?
Sartorial choice is indicative of the future of queer rights. When we don't believe in our own political power, it's tempting to rely on powerful celebrities to work outside the system. People like Pitbull, Serena Williams, and Shakira have all opened schools. Also, Kanye West started a school, but it seems bad, and we made a video about it if you want to check it out. Kim Kardashian has campaigned heavily for prison reform, and Leonardo DiCaprio is fighting climate change, often from his private jet, but still, he's fighting climate change. Celebrities are our modern day heroes. And even if a celebrity tries to avoid politics, their silence is interpreted as a political statement. So just to avoid that, guys, I'm now gonna clearly state my politics once and for all. I believe that, and that's just truly what I believe, and I'm not ashamed that you now know it. When Taylor Swift stayed silent
redacted
on gay rights, fans were outraged. Now it's starting to feel like the rich and famous owe the world some do-gooding. But assuming celebs will contribute to or even fix the bigger issues conflates cultural capital with political and economic capital. This risks ignoring the way laws and money actually shape power and liberties, and the way it takes an active and engaged population to sustain a healthy political environment. Celebrity culture makes it easy to settle into the comfortable role of audience rather than being active participants in democracy. And to be honest with you all, I'm absolutely guilty of getting let down when artists and musicians and writers I admire don't always line up with my own politics. And sometimes I definitely get a little too enthusiastic when they do. And in both cases, it's unfair for me to expect a songwriter or comedian to have my exact same political ideology. I should just expect them to like be funny or
Yeah, you can just enjoy things, it turns out. You don't have to ontologically believe with everything that the artist has ever said. Crazy idea.
Write good songs. Now, at the same time, politicians are seeking fame by gaining celebrity endorsements or by becoming celebrities themselves. Politicians have long used televised hearings, sensational rhetoric and stump speeches and rallies, filibusters, and other political stunts to draw attention. But lately it feels like these antics are the only way to capture media attention. Every political conflict is an opportunity for grandstanding, personal branding, and limelight theft to bolster the politician's popularity. And this is happening on both sides. Trump had his photo op at St. John's Square, and who could forget when Democrats had their kente cloth moment?
Not the kente cloths. Oh god. Let this fall into obscurity.
This creates a vicious cycle in which politicians chase fame instead of meaningful change to improve their chances of election or re-election. This drives the politically disenchanted public to beg celebrities to take a stand, politicians to chase celebrity even harder for that sweet, sweet attention. Indeed, those with political power these days are increasingly using their clout to get a piece of the Hollywood pie, with everyone from the Clintons to the Obamas to Prince Harry inking big budget production deals. And it's maybe not shocking that the children of politicians, ranging from Al Gore to Nancy Pelosi to Barack Obama, all turn to the entertainment industry to find work. We have a video on nepotism babies if you would like to watch that. Here's where we have to come out and just say it. Treating celebrities as the pinnacle of social change and moral navigation is not the best idea. Because despite what Us Weekly would have you believe, celebrities are not like us. Today, celebrities have a significant degree of epistemic power, i.e. the ability to influence what people believe. And this is like totally fine if it comes to following Chris Pratt's advice on how to get shredded like a Marvel superhero. But when it comes to bigger and more complicated issues like medical advice or international politics, we're risking giving away too much attention to people who simply aren't that well informed. Don't get me wrong, celebrities have played an important role in our culture and have even guided our moral lives. Gossiping about them helps us negotiate our own moral norms, like how we use the Vanderpump stars to talk about why cheating is bad. If you think cheating isn't good, tell us why in the comments. Guys, we made a video once about how cheating is like bad, but maybe not the worst thing ever. People got real mad. People are weird about this one. They'll be like, you can do some murder, it's not a big deal, but if you cheat, you should go to hell. If my wife cheated on me, should I just say she's evil and leave her, or should I step back and be like, let's talk about it? I don't know, but I hope she doesn't. If you're watching this, you better not. You better not. And celebrity fandom
Oh my god. You better not. Vaguely threatening your wife. Casual. Okay. Okay. I mean, maybe it's not like the worst moral crime you could do, but it's not great.
helps people find community and build their identity. Lots of celebrities use their platforms for good. Dolly Parton helped fund Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine research, and Colin Kaepernick sacrificed his NFL career to protest police.
I got the Dolly vaccine. I was so proud.
Brutality and racial injustice. And yet, generally, it seems like the people with the most cultural capital in our society are perhaps the least equipped to be arbiters of morality. That's because they operate in a completely different reality from the rest of us. Fame is disorienting. It warps the norms and values that typically give direction to a person's life. Beyonce said her fame made her become the property of the public. When celebrities are treated as a product or put on a pedestal, they become socially isolated. They're harshly and publicly judged for their morality, but in their daily lives, no one is ever going to tell them that they're being assholes to the waiter. Although if you're friends with a celebrity, tell them when they're an asshole. This creates an altered reality in which everything in their day-to-day life tells them that they're doing everything right, while the anonymous social media horde posts that actually they're doing everything wrong. Philosopher Margaret Walker writes that differently situated people may face different moral problems or experience similar ones differently. They will see different responses realistically open to them in responding to the problems they face and find different ways of resolving them to be successful or sane. It's unfair to expect celebrities to represent our needs and values because their experience of reality is vastly different from our own. Maybe the real problem is that we feel so powerless that we project all of our existential angst onto celebrities in hopes they will, in their untouchable positions of cultural capital, save us. Because it feels increasingly hopeless to wait for politicians and nearly impossible to save ourselves. Maybe it's time we demanded less from celebrities and more from the people and places of political power. But what do you think? Are celebrities becoming politicians just as politicians become celebrities?
I mean, Trump was literally a celebrity that became a president, so yes. Obviously, yes, they are. I don't know. They hold a lot of power, social power. Yeah, I think if the choice is between emailing your local representative or emailing Beyonce, I would say, yeah, go ahead and contact your representative. That's going to be more effective. Yes.
Will we ever return to celebrating scientists and policymakers and activists? Or is Mr. Beast going to be the best president since Lincoln? Let us know what you think in the comments. Thank you so much to our patrons for supporting our channel. If you feel like supporting us and also getting some extra content,
I think I heard Mr. Beast actually wants to run for president, which is insane. Gross. Jazzy Stream playing Apprentice reminded me, does Trump become president without Apprentice helping him so much? Does Trump become president without Apprentice? Oh, without the Apprentice helping him. Oh, would he? Yeah. No, probably not. Yeah. I think without the like name recognition and face recognition, I don't think he would have gotten nearly as far. Not at all. He blew up anyway. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. It's possible he would have like done another TV show and gotten, maybe he was like in an alternate universe, maybe he was on Shark Tank or something. That's entirely possible. You know? I think it would have been like a similar type of venture where he like leveraged his capital for more fame to get more capital to get more fame. It's a positive feedback loop, you know? You're fired. Yeah. It was so iconic. That's true. But I think he was just determined to like to do that type of thing anyway. And he had the connections too. I'll be right back.
Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke weed, sex and watch TV. I've been feeling stupid.
problem, you know that you can speak it to me. Tired of 9 to 5, too much time is regular, like been taken from me. I gotta slide when a lawyer coming like medication for me. I take a ride, I am so over this week.
Lately I've been going through shit. All the things I love seem to defeat me. I don't wanna do shit except smoke, read, sex, and watch TV. I've been feeling stupid, but it's hard to make great things look easy. I don't wanna do shit except smoke, read, sex, and watch TV.
Such a good fucking song. Go follow Ali Problemas. She also streams on Twitch.
There's a link in the description.
Okay, I think that was done, right? Yeah. Oh god, it's time for the house tours. I'm about to mold so hard.
Hello, my beautiful doves. My name is Mina. Welcome back to my channel. Welcome if you're new here. Today we're going to be talking about house tours, and specifically like the Architectural Digest open door house tours that everyone's obsessed with on the internet, or maybe just everyone in my circle is obsessed with. Hi, AD.
What up, AD? Ah, hey, AD, what's up?
If you are unfamiliar with these tours, they're basically like when...
Oh, hey, what's up? I wasn't expecting you there.
A celebrity shows off their house.
It's Kendall Jenner. Welcome to my house. Come on in.
And it's like on their YouTube page. You can like go to their YouTube and you can just see like hundreds. I think there's like 140 of them. But you can see tens of videos of people, celebrities showing off where they live, and they are so fun to watch. I binge watched like 10 of them today while waiting for my computer to get fixed. I just like wanted to talk about the appeal and, you know, all that jazz. Architectural Digest has built a bit of an empire on the celebrity homes interior business. AD has been doing celebrity home spreads in their magazines starting from at least 1964 when they did a feature on Mickey Rooney's house, but most of us are familiar with their YouTube page that I mentioned before, where they've published a series called Open Door, featuring tons of celebrity home tours from Gwyneth Paltrow to RuPaul to Troye Sivan.
It always makes me so mad. The rich have no taste. None.
Similar to Vogue's 73 Questions video series that usually takes place in a celebrity's home, but instead of asking them 73 pre-planned random questions while they walk us through their hallways, the celebs in these videos are invited to really pause and showcase every curated room in their house. But, you know, AD didn't pioneer this type of content. One of the earliest examples of the celebrity home tour I can think of is the White House home tour in 1962, that then First Lady Jackie Kennedy organized, aptly called a tour of the White House. This televised tour, which was cast on CBS and NBC simultaneously on Valentine's Day, was meant to showcase Jackie's famous White House restoration project, where she resolved to make the White House a living museum by restoring the historic integrity of the public rooms and displaying the very best of American artwork, furniture, and decor. United Press international correspondent Helen Thomas recalled Jackie's feelings on the White House before the project. An aide told me later that Jackie thought the White House looked like a hotel that had been decorated by a wholesale furniture store during a January clearance. Ate them up, Jackie. Public anticipation about the tour was great, not because people were interested in the White House, though I'm sure some people were, but because they were interested in Jackie, who would be narrating the tour. As Mary Ann Watson writes for the Presidential Studies Quarterly, it was the possibility the president's wife would reveal something more about herself during the 60 minutes in which she willingly took her place on America's center stage. The The cover of TV Guide the week of the broadcast, a close-up shot of Mrs. Kennedy with slightly tousled hair and direct gaze, suggested the TV tour would be a more intimate, candid affair than it turned out to be. While it was definitely a little awkward to watch now, the program was a success at the time. Many of the 56 million viewers who tuned in were so moved by it that they sent letters and telegrams to Jackie, thanking her for her gracious hospitality and the privilege of being her guest. Granted, I feel like Jackie Kennedy kind of ascended the title of mere celebrity while occupying the White House, like she was literally the first lady, but I think her home tour is a really good example of the public's growing fascination in the 60s with the idea that TV could bring us closer to the lives of people we watch movies of or read about in the papers. The way Jackie breaks the fourth wall.
Yeah, and like, I think Jackie was like, you know, at least in modern history, one of the first ladies who was broadly loved. Everyone fucking loved Jackie. I don't know. Like, what is that line? Like, where is Melania? You know? I haven't heard a damn thing.
Wall by addressing the camera directly and therefore speaking directly to the viewer makes us feel like we're actually in the room with her.
Well, it's the room that people see first when they come to the White House. Everyone who comes to a state dinner here comes through it and leaves by it.
Ultimately, the success of Jackie Kennedy's tour led to other celebrity documentaries aimed at female audiences, including A Look at Monaco, which was Grace Kelly's tour of her home and lifestyle in Monaco post-marrying the prince, The World of Sophia Loren, and Elizabeth Taylor in London. Even though many of the celebrities we see today don't have the same cultural intrigue as Jackie Kennedy, the AD tours as a whole are still very successful, amassing millions of views per video. And part of the reason is because people are interested in the lifestyles of the rich and famous. Most people can't afford a Picasso painting in their living room, or a fancy indoor spa room, or a $35,000 lighting fixture. And so, watching people who can afford these kinds of amenities provides fodder for personal escapist fantasies. One show that really fed into this hype was Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, which premiered in 1984 and ran until 1995, pioneering the celeb home tour genre on TV. Some notable special guests include Elizabeth Taylor, always at the scene of the crime, James Brown, Twiggy, and Prince Albert of Monaco. The show was hosted by Robin Leach and took viewers on a tour of not just his wealthy guests' homes, but also their summer homes, their garages full of expensive sports cars, and closets full of designer clothes. It was experiential, and he even brought audiences along into private planes, helicopters, yachts, and limos to see where these wealthy people vacationed. Judy Berman wrote about the show for Time magazine. Mansions, yachts, celebrities with golden tans lounging poolside, host Robin Leach's foghorn baritone showering viewers with champagne wishes and caviar dreams.
All I can think of is this song. Lifestyles of the rich and famous.
This is the fantasy lifestyles of the rich and famous peddled for more than a decade, beginning in the mid-80s when Ronald Reagan reigned, the economy soared, Wall Street was cool, and hippies who'd grown up to be yuppies conspicuously consumed. Leach explained to the New York Times in 1985 why the yuppies, or young urban professionals, were interested in the show. It's almost as though they were tuning in on the show to take notes on how they would take their money and spend it. Leach also said in a 1990 interview, "Fascination with wealth is eminently healthy. The American capitalist system offers the chance at the best of what there."
It's good for you. Copium, it's good for you. Capitalism is good for everyone. A dose of capitalism a day keeps the doctor away.
And Lifestyles keeps banging home the values of the good life. The idea is, work hard and you'll be rewarded. The audience sees it as fun and entertaining. The audience also learns something. That capitalism, though not perfect, is the best system. The Russians are learning that now. We say it's okay to better your life. We say that the American dream is still alive. And
Number one. Yeah, the American dream was never fucking alive. It was dead on arrival.
And well, so Leach was fully leaning into that 1980s Reagan-esque type of spiel. But his comments about Russia are also interesting because the idea of the home has always been used as a political symbol. But during the Cold War specifically, many Americans showed pride in their idealistic suburban white picket fence type of home and looked down on the communal apartments in the Soviet Union. Communal? Why did I say because communist. Okay, communal apartments were buildings where multiple people or families lived in, and they would share amenities like hallways, kitchens, and bathrooms. Anya von Bremzen, who's the author of Mastering the Art of Soviet Cooking, explains, the communal apartment was like a microcosm of Soviet society. People from all walks of life, sometimes absolute class enemies, living next to each other. The expression was densed up. The allotment was 9 square meters per person. This like mid-century American importance of the house was also emphasized in the famous kitchen debate. So if you don't know what that is, the context is this. In 1958, the Soviet Union and United States agreed to set up national exhibitions in each other's nations as part of an emphasis on cultural exchange. The Soviet Union's exhibition in New York focused on their progress, so Sputnik satellites, statues of Soviet workers, and a model of an atomic icebreaker. However, the American exhibition in Moscow focused on lifestyle. They built a pavilion that featured American jazz, basketball, high-heeled shoes, sleek cars, abstract art, and Pepsi Cola. At the center of the exhibit was a model house that represented
the peak of America. A housewife and 1.5 children. What every person dreams of.
The typical American home. Vice president of the time, Richard Nixon, was leading the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev through the exhibition on a private tour before it opened to the public, and they subsequently engaged in a pretty heated debate about capitalism versus communism. You can actually watch the debate since it was recorded and broadcast in both countries, but I just thought that was like an interesting example of how the home has kind of been used to pitch capitalism, American capitalism, to the world.
Everything that I say will be recorded and translated and will be carried all over.
Capitalism very much relies on women doing unpaid labor in the home. Without that labor being done, men would be fucking lost, helpless, bereft, destitute.
The Soviet Union.
So, back to the appeal of the home tour. Another reason we like them is because we're nosy. For parasocial reasons or just general curiosity towards the way other people are living, we want to know. It kind of like reminds me, I don't know if this is like the same for everyone else, but as a kid, I loved going to open houses in my neighborhood. Not even like because I was interested in like the architecture or because there was a very beautiful house that was being erected. Like obviously that would appeal to me more if the house looked nice on the outside. I would want to know what's inside even more. But it was just like the idea of knowing the potential lifestyle the new neighbors would be having just based on the layout of their home. I don't know, it's just interesting. So yeah, I used to love going to open houses. And obviously, celebrities have that kind of outreach that makes them more relevant and known to more circles of people, so that generates more interest in them specifically. But this has been the case for a long time. So if you don't know what star maps are, there are these brochures that claim to identify the home addresses of celebrities, and they emerged in Hollywood in the 1920s. Though I also think that, like, isn't it
so creepy? Just like doxing maps?
Isn't it true that property ownership is technically like public domain knowledge? So I don't think it's actually that hard to find out where celebrities are living if you go on to like certain housing databases. Is that correct? I've never tried searching for a celebrity's home address. I just thought that was the case.
I mean,
anyway,
it's one thing for there to be a database with people's home ownership. It's another to publish a map with celebrities and their addresses. Functionally, it could be the same thing, but like the intended use of a star map is exclusively stalking celebrities.
Carrie Ferris and Scott R. Harris wrote about them in their book Stargazing, Celebrity Fame and Social Interaction. Maps of the star's home are sold on almost every Hollywood street corner, and their continued popularity indicates that fans have always sought the information necessary to track down celebrities in their private life.
It's so creepy. Like, you can even go on tours. Like, you can purchase a tour that will claim to, like, show you the houses of these celebrities. Like, why would you do that?
Lives. We use the term fan-staged encounter to describe the process through which fans seek out and use accessed information, effectively hunting down and even interacting with a celebrity in the course of his or her daily rounds. In fan-staged encounters, the fan is in control. And ironically, like when celebrities are more tight-lipped about their privacy, there's even more intrigue in what they're doing. We want to know what we can't know. Actress Greta Garbo is probably the most famous case of this in the 20th century. She was known to be super mysterious. She was constantly dodging the press. She avoided industry social functions. She rarely partook in interviews. She never attended movie premieres. She never signed autographs or answered fan letters. And she never went to award ceremonies despite being nominated. So for the Oscars, she was nominated 3 times. She never attended. And in 1954, she actually won the Academy Honorary Award, which they mailed to her because, of course, she didn't show up. And yet, she was one of the most popular stars in Hollywood in the 1930s. Variety reported that even after her retirement in 1941, some people in Manhattan, including photographers, participated in Garbo watching, hoping to spot her as she took long walks in casual clothes and with large sunglasses. One woman told Variety she had followed Garbo for an hour.
Garbo watching? Do you mean stalking?
Hour. I didn't need to talk with her. It was enough just to be in her presence, to breathe the same air. Sidney Lumet even directed a 1984 comedy drama called Garbo Talks about a dying fan who wants to meet her, starring Anne Bancroft and Carrie Fisher. But going back to houses. In 2003, Barbra Streisand actually attempted to suppress photographs taken of her house. She sued photographer Kenneth Edelman for displaying a photo of her Malibu home. The photo was part of this project, which was illustrating coastal erosion in hopes to convince policymakers to take action. So it wasn't actually like a targeted attempt to boost fanfare.
Bro, he's trying to fucking keep your house from eroding and you're suing him. Your fucking pool is about to fall off, bro. Your pool is about to be in the ocean.
To take action. So it wasn't actually like a targeted attempt to boost fanfare around Barbara, but her legal action was dismissed under California law, and ironically, news of her lawsuit led more people to come visit her home. According to the BBC, her home received around 420,000 visits in a month. Mike Masnick of Tech Dirt coined her attempt to suppress attention that ended up bringing more attention to her as the Streisand effect in January 2005. The TV show that changed the celebrity home voyeurism industry, though, was MTV Cribs, which first aired in 2000. The show had no host. Instead, celebrities conducted their own tours, speaking directly to the camera.
South Park much that? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. South Park has some good moments.
Which resulted in a more intimate format.
What's up, y'all? Big Snoop D-O-double-G. I want to welcome y'all to my house.
The Cribs show creator, Nina L. Diaz, said of the concept to EW, "I was doing long-form music news pieces and documentaries, covering artists and celebrities in very structured interviews. As a fan first, I was always curious to explore more about these dynamic personalities and get to know them in more authentic and unfiltered ways. Back then, we didn't have much access to peek behind the curtain and intimacy with our favorite artists. There was much more mystique surrounding celebrity images." So the writer Bobby Finger connects the success of Cribs with the launch of the short-form YouTube series I mentioned earlier, Architectural Digest Open Door, and Vogue's 73 Questions, as well as celebrity home reality TV shows that capitalized on this proven audience fixation with home environments. For example, Nina Diaz filmed an episode of Cribs in the home of Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne in 2000. Diaz actually told Sharon that her home wasn't just an episode of the show.
Wait, should I do a parody? Like a poor person's parody of MTV Cribs? Or, ADs or whatever? Vogue's 90 Questions? The 90 Questions parody has been overdone, but maybe MTV Cribs.
it was a show in itself. She said to her, "Just put cameras here. Everything that you guys exchanged, like right now, is fascinating." And then, coincidence? Less than 2 years later, The Osbournes premiered on MTV, introducing television viewers to what VH1 would later call celeb reality.
Could you, hi, it's Sharon here. Could you just tell her our mum called? Thank you so much. Thank you.
The other difference, other than lack of host, between Cribs and Lifestyles was that Cribs was less a show about real estate and it was more a show on celebrities. As Manny Ray wrote, the Destiny's Child episode of Cribs is jarring. Not because it's bad or anything, but mostly because it's amazing to see Beyonce be a goofball. The last reason I can think of for why we might all be invested in celebrity homes is because there's sort of like a Schadenfreude-like pleasure from watching rich people design ugly homes. For example, the draw for many Cribs episodes wasn't just like the opulence, right? It was the tastelessness or the insanity. Many guests appear to be aware of this, though.
They have no fucking taste.
And they actively played into the joke. Ruth Kinane wrote for EW on Mariah Carey's Cribs episode. Call her Mariah Antoinette. The diva's Tribeca beige satin marble penthouse had everything an empress could desire, like doors made of gold, a special lingerie closet, and a mermaid room, which was, well, we're still not sure.
See, people call me a mermaid because I like to swim.
After several wardrobe changes, Mariah unwound in a bubble bath with one of her pups, then pretended to put another in the dryer. Oh, Mimi, let them eat cake. Aside from Cribs, there's an estate called the Grey Gardens estate, which drew up a lot of public interest in the 1970s because of how decrepit the mansions were. So if you don't know about this, Grey Gardens is this like 14-room house in East Hampton, New York, that was residence to the Beale family from 1924 to 1979. The National Enquirer and New York Magazine published stories about it in the early 70s, making the family into this like tabloid sensation. The two women, Edith Beale, known as Big Edie, and her daughter, also Edith, known as Little Edie, lived at Grey Gardens for decades by themselves. Then, on October 22, 1971, the county organized a raiding party of sanitarians, detectives, and ASPCA representatives to enter the home with a search warrant issued by a town justice on the ground that the Beales were harboring diseased cats. As Gail Sheehy reported for New York
fucking narcs, let them have their cats.
Magazine, cameras recorded the sorry scene. Cat manure covering the floors, a 5-foot-high mound of empty cans in the dining room, the Sterno stove on mother's bed, cobwebs, cats, and all sorts of juicy building code violations. The sanitarians had the dry heaves. It remained for the ASPCA man alone to report he'd seen human fecal matter in the upstairs bedroom. So, Big Edie's niece, who also happened to be the Jackie Kennedy Onassis, gave $32,000 to repair and clean up the house out of concern and embarrassment, but work was held up by the Edie's complaints over where to put certain belongings.
Come on. I want to show that to Al.
Oh, no,
I want to show it to Al. Look what you made me do.
Oh, you did it.
Following all this, Albert and David Maisleys decided to direct a documentary on their life titled Grey Gardens, which screened at New York Film Festival in 1975. The documentary was then made into a musical in 2006 and a movie in 2009 starring Drew Barrymore and Jessica Lange.
But you see, in dealing with me, the relatives didn't know that they were dealing with a staunch character.
The public interest was most likely because it was really hard to imagine how like these women who were once socialites, who were literally related to Jackie Kennedy and Lee Radziwill, how these women who were like quite literally the definition of old money, quiet luxury, could end up living in such squalor. The documentary's trailer also utilized—
Is this true? Wait, is this true? Is this a real story? That's crazy.
A lot of this narrative framing as well to get people to come see it. So in the trailer, they featured news headlines that remark on the riches to rags story of these two women and also beautiful pictures of the younger Edies when they represented the East Hampton ideal. The documentary didn't come without its criticisms though. Writing in 1976, New York Times critic Walter Goodman argued that it was exploitative. The Maisleys were not out to ridicule the Beals, but the film presents them as a pair of grotesques. Why were they put on exhibition this way? Why not let them get by as well as they can now without this public display of their weaknesses, peculiarities, touches of wackiness?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like mental illness, you know? I don't know, like, if you can't take care of your cats or even yourself, like, that is mental illness.
I think the exploitation argument can be made for a lot of these reality home renovation, extreme hoarders type of shows. Unfortunately, like that mostly profile the homes of working class and middle class Americans. But it's clear that for celebrity homes, it's usually meant to be a flex. These celebrities are proud of what they and their interior decorators have achieved. However, in saying that, that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone agrees. Among the Architectural Digest tour's comment sections are filled with people either praising or criticizing the design choices. Recently, Lily Allen and David Harbour's home tour got some heat, especially as people compared it to David Harbour's previous home, which was also featured. Olivia Truffaut Wong wrote about it for The Cut. The townhouse includes a windowless master bedroom painted flamingo pink, which Allen calls a bedwomb.
It's a bedwomb.
Ew. Thanks, I hate it.
2 walk-in closets, guess whose is bigger? A media room with a tiger print carpet and tiger print sofa, and a personal sauna and cold plunge tub out back. Even if it's not your taste, there's no denying this home has personality. Of course, the internet is already divided in its opinions on the home, but I think we can unite against carpeting in a bathroom. That's just asking for trouble. For me, I love—
Yeah, carpeting in bathrooms is vile. Vile! Why would you do that?
Of a table made of the wood from Winston Churchill's yacht as much as the next girl. But the true luxury in these homes for me is the number of personal amenities they have. So many of them have like an indoor pool, a private tennis court, a bowling alley, a home theater, a ball pit. It's like something that I've been thinking about a lot actually, especially after watching Succession. True wealth, I feel like, is being able to exist in a completely separate world from the rest of the population.
I'm just wondering if I can hit you for like a little 100 mil.
A little 100 mil. Yeah. Well, maybe.
Little.
It's about not taking public transport. It's about flying private instead of commercial. And it's about creating public spaces within the home so you don't have to interact with the actual public. Some celebs, though, have taken it a step further in their decorating by turning their personal spaces into retail-like spaces. For example, RuPaul's drag closet is designed, lit, and merchandised like an upscale department store.
So fucking gorgeous.
And Bretman Rock's closet.
I hate it and I love it at the same time. Like, I want this. But I can't deny the
looks
wastefulness.
Like a well-stocked Sephora.
Started off in makeup, obviously, and now I literally have Sephora in my house.
Well, not featured on 80s Open Door, Barbara Streisand's house has also—
Who doesn't want a Sephora in their house? That sounds awesome. But it's just like extreme consumerism. It's just so extreme.
They've been written about, and apparently in her basement she has a mini shopping mall featuring a gift shop, an antique clothing shop, a doll shop, and a sweet shop that serves frozen yogurt and popcorn. Each shop also comes with old-fashioned shop fronts that store her collection of personal items. Streisand told Harper's Bazaar in 2010, "Instead of just storing my things in the basement, I can make a street of shops and display them." Honestly, this is kind of a slay to me because I hate the idea of hoarding things. Granted, I'm literally not able to store anything I'm not using because New York City real estate keeps me humble. But I feel like it's such a waste to hold on to things you don't use or even look at. But part of me thinks that rich people subconsciously fetishize these retail spaces, especially because a lot of the time they don't do their own shopping anymore. They have personal shoppers. They have personal assistants who do errands for them. So retail becomes like
the same way they fantasize about surviving the apocalypse by having a bunker where they still get served Starbucks and McDonald's. It's crazy.
Like this recreational cosplay in a similar way that in Elon Musk's TED Talk last year, he talked about how he was a couch surfer. Meanwhile, his net worth is literally around like $300 billion.
I don't even own a home right now. I'm literally staying at friends' places. If I travel to the Bay Area, where most of Tesla engineering is, I stay in I basically rotate through friends' spare bedrooms.
Sure. But back to these personal retail spaces. Khloe Kardashian's pantry, which looks like a fancy grocery store, is probably the best example of this phenomenon. In her pantry, there's sets of open-top wooden boxes, baskets, Lazy Susans, clear canisters, and all of them are placed on shelves which are evenly spaced. There's food in these containers as well, and there's multiples of everything, so it's like a very beautiful doomsday shelter. Kelly Pendergast wrote a really good essay about it, so I'm going to read a part. It's a piece of theater that allows consumer goods to regain the appeal and shiny productness that wore off them in transit. Without the department store, we must stage our own closets. Without the supermarket to enable the child's formative encounter with the object of desire, the cereal aisle where Captain Crunch and Count Chocula call out like sirens from child-height shelves, it's up to mom to reanimate the dead book Fruit Loops by decanting and displaying them and bringing some spectacle back. When the warehouse is your house, you have to revive the commodity yourself, spank its cheeks a little, and turn it back into a product. Kelsey also brings in the fact that Khloe is
spank its cheeks, ayo,
the reality TV star, and so by nature of her job, her home also literally operates as a storefront. Khloe's real work, or should I say her paid work, is to be herself in front of cameras, in front of millions. Her pantry's job in this formulation is to be a place where food can be seen on screen. This explains a lot. The tiered racks where cans of corn sit proudly in their own stadium seating. The repeating fluorescent strips shining a hard white light on every cubby like a Dan Flavin nightmare. It's a display case, a jewelry box, a home shopping set. Khloe's selling that corn on behalf of the brand partnership managers who organize the deal, and whichever other entities are taking a cut. With some of these tours, a question that comes up, at least to me, is how much of this is actually staged for the camera?
Oh yeah. 100%. It's 100% staged.
I was here last night, so like there's still stuff set up for me just last night painting.
I mean, obviously no one's going to invite 80 over if there's like a chair in the corner of their bedroom that has a pile of clothes and that chair is literally not used for anything except for
night painting.
I mean, obviously
this was not used.
I was
this
here last night, so like
not
there's still
used.
stuff set up for me just last night.
Either she's the most meticulous painter of all time, or there was a single brush dipped in each of these piles at exactly one time, which is not really how painting works. They even like made a fake blending circle in the middle. Like they clearly know what a palette should look like. But this is clearly before it's been used.
Painting.
I mean, obviously no one's going to invite 80 over if there's like a chair in the corner of their bedroom that has a pile of clothes and that chair is literally not used for anything except for to hold piles of clothes, and if there's makeup scattered all over the vanity, and if there's cat toys everywhere on the floor, or maybe I'm just describing my own apartment, I don't know. In these tours, every object is going to be set dressed in a way that's organized and aesthetic. But then you may be wondering, what's the point of giving these highly staged tours to begin with if the point of a home tour is to invite the viewer into your actual domestic life?
This right here, this is a tape stain. Well, AD, that was my home. Thanks so much for coming.
Well, the easy answer is that, unfortunately, the content about most of these celebrity lives is mediated, predetermined by PR agents run through the PR filter. Like anytime a celebrity does a big interview, it's usually pre-scripted. And even stories on late night talk shows, which you assume are kind of more impromptu, those are also pre-scripted. The actress Darby Stanchfield, she actually explained this to Slate. The whole thing is...
Yeah, that's like, what you can tell when it goes off script. And the interviewer is shocking the interviewee with a question. You can always tell.
Planned out. And once you arrive at Jimmy Kimmel Live, the producer then comes to your dressing room and fills you in on what Kimmel has decided will be talked about. But back to homes. Cribs is a little notorious for scripting. For example, Ja Rule rented a mansion for his Cribs appearance, and its owner later sued him for making a huge mess and allowing a film crew into a place he didn't actually own. Bow Wow claimed he owned a bunch of nice cars on the show, but they were actually branded with the name of a Miami luxury car rental service, so I don't know how that escaped the
Yeah, this happens very often. Bow Wow is not the only one.
producers. Robbie Williams borrowed Jane Seymour's house for his segment on Cribs. 50 Cent rented the fancy cars he showed off during his appearance, even though he was actually very rich when he appeared on the show, so he could have afforded his own cars.
I own every kind of a classic car because I'm rich, right? I even have doubles.
I don't know what happened. And JoJo, who is 13 years old and an early 2000s pop star, was actually living in hotels and pretended her uncle's house was her own house.
This is some of my family. They're crazy.
Before you say anything negative about these people, though, they were probably encouraged by the show's producers to rent properties. Rapper Redman, who had his own Cribs feature, told in an interview years later that MTV originally wanted him to rent a house for it, but he declined. The irony, though, is that all of this producer subterfuge is actually really pointless a lot of the time, because I feel like when a celebrity is actually genuine, people eat that shit up. Like, they love that. For example, Redman, he still participated in Cribs, but he showcased where he was actually living, which was his humble, mildly messy Staten Island duplex home. He also told an interviewer that the Cribs crew showed up earlier than expected, so he had just woken up when they arrived and didn't have time to properly clean up his place. One of the show's producers, Erica Clark, said of the episode, "I remember when we got this footage back being like, what the fuck are we going to do with this?" He was himself and put no airs about him. I was like, this is funny. This is kind of hilarious. But I remember saying to the editor, is anyone going to want to watch this? Are we going to get in trouble?
Yes. Yes, of course. Are ordinary people going to want to watch an ordinary person living in ordinary life? Yeah, I think so. 100%.
Trouble? And surprise, surprise, audiences loved it. They loved that it was different, that it was relatable and unapologetic. The episode ended up becoming one of the more popular ones in the series. Redman, who still lives in the duplex, said of the episode's success, "Once you do things and keep things 100% with yourself, you can never lose. And that's just what happened. That's why we won. We kept it 100. And we kept it truthful all the way. It taught me a lesson to stick to my guns and to be true to myself. Don't be somebody you're not."
He probably was asked to rent some fucking Upper West Side apartment and refused. Dope. Dope.
Don't do things that are not you. Dakota Johnson's house tour, which she did for AD, is another example of authenticity winning. So her AD video went even more viral after she admitted that the bowl of limes in her kitchen was staged. She confessed this on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon.
I actually didn't even know that they were in there. I was giving the tour and went into the kitchen and it was set dressing. I'm allergic to limes.
Oh my, stop it now.
Allergic to limes, no.
Yeah, I'm mildly allergic to them. And honey melon, so another green thing.
It's even funnier because in the original video, Dakota actually spotlights the limes, saying, "I love limes."
I love them. They're great. I love them so much and I like to present them like this.
I love them so much and I like to present them like this. You can tell that's sarcastic.
Yes, in my house.
Which is actually like extremely relatable to me, because if I'm nervous about something, usually I'll like draw attention to it. I'll draw more attention to it, which is
real.
Why I always point out when my curtains are uneven. Some people were disappointed at her confession, sure, but most people saw it as a positive thing overall. Olivia Harrison wrote for Refinery 29, "All of this is exactly why the internet can't get enough of Dakota Johnson, especially during these times. So if this is Johnson at her worst, she's what? Lying to YouTube audiences about liking limes simply because she was bombarded with bowls and bowls of them and didn't want to be rude?
That was a script. They for sure scripted her that line. Come on.
Rude? I'll take it." Despite these success stories, producers and PR managers avoid complete authenticity because it can't be controlled, unfortunately. There are times when it does backfire, and I guess like the headache of managing a situation is not worth it for them. For example, one PR scandal was at the 2017 Met Gala. Celebrities like Bella Hadid, Dakota Johnson, Rami Malek were caught via social media smoking cigarettes in the bathroom. In general, there are a lot of people who get upset about smoking, period, but the major issue here was that they were smoking indoors, which is something that is illegal according to New York City law. I think it was the 2003 Smoke-Free Air Act. The pictures outraged museum donors and the New York City Health Department, rightly so. Dr. Mary Bassett, who was New York City's health commissioner, wrote a letter to executives at the Met saying, "We were dismayed to read reports that some celebrities chose smoking as their fashion accessory and flagrantly violated New York City's smoking laws. All visitors to public places deserve protection from secondhand smoke, including people who are visiting places like the Met." So, needless to say, it's not always great to have all your shit aired out in public. But I think when it comes down to house tours, people like to see real personality, either in how the host is addressing the audience or in how they choose to decorate. So, in saying that, I want to conclude with talking about some of my favorite Architectural Digest tours. And granted, I haven't seen all like 140 something house tours, so I'm sure there's like a great tour that I haven't seen and that, you know, is still great. So please let me know in the comments like what your favorite tour is, and also what's your least favorite tour, just to be fun. But I was watching a bunch today, and I really love any house that has a lot of personality, even if it's not like particularly my favorite type of interior design. I like when I can see that they actually tried to convey something interesting. So the best example I can think of a house that I personally would like not live in, but I think is great, was Debbie Ryan's house. It's just like really quirky, and they have a lot of like fun, colorful, kitschy embellishments. Like they have a corn stool. They have a bust of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Again, I would never have a bust of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in my house. I would never have a corn stool in my house, but I like that it shows their personalities, you know? I also really liked Dita Von Teese's house. That's kind of more in line with my own personal interior design. It's very opulent. It's full of antiques. I love her kitchen. That's probably my favorite room in her house. I have a fetish for a nicely decorated kitchen. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh. I also like Troye Sivan's house.
That's a nice kitchen. I do love a nice kitchen.
It's a lot. It's not necessarily something that I saw myself liking. Like, it's a little bit more contemporary for my taste. But when I was watching it, I was like, I think I could actually really enjoy living in here because it was so cozy, and the interior designer that he worked with, the architect that he worked with, really knew how to light up places and really like maximize light, which is really important for me. So I liked that a lot about his house. And I also liked the little courtyard he had. Ugh, I love a courtyard. I do like David Harbour and Lily Allen's house, apartment townhouse. Even though, you know, the carpet in the bathroom is a lot for me. And
stop carpeting bathrooms. Stop it. Stop it right now.
And also the tiger room was a lot for me. But again, the kitchen was really nice and it had personality. And also they were really fun as a couple narrating. So I give points for entertainment as well. Chloe Fineman had a really funny one that came out, and again, like, I mean, I think all of these places, like, they're genuinely beautiful. It's just like my particular taste, right? Like if I had all the money in the world and could design my own dream house. But Chloe, she kept it really real, and she said that she was renting, which I think is so funny because I don't know if anyone else has done a video where they were renting. And she like showed her messy kitchen drawers, and she talked about like regrettable Etsy purchases.
This is a regretsy, but now I'm trying not to regret it. I think this woman took puffy paint and stencils and tried to say this was like an Italian antique pillow.
I am not really familiar with her work because I don't watch SNL, but I have a lot of respect for her. And I think
not the Etsy scam pillow. Stop. I feel like that was staged to be relatable.
She's like hilarious and is one of those things again where it's like she was authentically herself, and that's why it was such a fun video. As for apartments that I don't like or houses that I don't like, I don't know. I can't name any names particularly. I guess Kim Kardashian, I don't really love her house, though she didn't do an AD tour, I don't think. I don't know if her tour was through AD. I think it was with Vogue. But yeah, just because like it didn't really have much personality. I think for me, that's the biggest thing. If your house has personality, like that's fine. I love it. I love what you're doing. Like Cara Delevingne's house, again, like tons of personality. And you can tell like, even if they have an interior decorator, even if they're working with an architect, they do have like a significant input in the decisions, in the overall decisions. And that's how it should be, because I hate the idea of like someone with a ton of money just not caring about their home, because if I had that money, I would literally make my home like the most beautiful home for me personally, subjective taste ever. So yeah, maybe one day. Anyways, okay, this is the end of the video.
One day we will all have our dream home.
Thank you all so much for listening in and for, you know, being a part of my day and having me be a part of your day. I'll see you next time. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. And yeah, bye. This is like my favorite outfit of all time, and I have never worn it for anything other than to just like try around my house and pretend I'm like Norma from Sunset Boulevard. But I got this from my friend who is a vintage seller, and it's from the 1920s, and it actually has a label for Saks Fifth Avenue. So it's 1920s Saks Fifth Avenue. And then also this hat I got separately from another dealer, so they didn't come together, and I had to get it because, I mean, it's not like a perfect color match, but I'm like, when am I gonna find a vintage robe and hat combination again, especially like a 1920s robe, my favorite era of clothing? Like, I know it's steal when I see it, and I have to get it. So the reason I haven't worn this outfit like anywhere is because
it's gorgeous. I've been staring at it the whole time.
As it's super, super delicate. It has a train, so I don't want someone stepping on it accidentally. It's like sturdy enough where I can wear it, but you know, I'm kind of like moving around like Mr. Roboto, because any sudden movements and then a tassel could fall off or something. Because yeah, there's a tassel here. I don't know if you can see.
If anybody is a testament to the power of memification, it's the—
I love a fucking good tassel. Ooh, I love a good tassel. Ooh, I do. I do. Right. Intellectual media is the power of memes. A rant.
the 23-year-old rapper Isis Gaston, aka Ice Spice. While her success has been attributed to pretty privilege, light-skin privilege, and Drake and Nicki Minaj cosigns, her ultimate power comes from the mountain of memes that accompanied her 2022 song, Munch. Not only did the lyrics create a new term for simp and countless memes, but Ice Spice was hyped up by stan accounts who called her everything from iconic to the savior of female rap, in Megan Thee Stallion's absence, often with the intent of pissing off hip-hop purists. While people debated the quality of her lyrics, music, and performances, hyping Ice Spice up as the princess of rap became a meme. Very quickly, whether or not Ice was quality was overshadowed by a real fan base that memed her into mainstream pop culture. It's impossible to know whether or not Ice Spice would be as big as she is now without memes, but I'm betting not. A major part of her rise to fame was being memed, both negatively and positively. A young woman achieving her rap goals is perhaps one of the most benign examples of meme culture. One day you're just another internet user, and the next moment you're internationally known. It's the new 15 minutes of fame, and if you've got the chops, starring in one good meme can be the foundation of a long-lasting career. But what about the dark side of meme culture? How does memification impact society and politics? How is it impacting you, the viewer of this video? And how will it impact historians of the future?
Dude, I'm so brain rotted by memes. My core memories are eroded by memes. It's great.
We'll be doing a quick but deep dive into the world of memes, along the way talking about Napoleon Bonaparte, dancing babies, Umar Johnson, and even Carly Russell. Buckle up, it's time for a rant. Now, let's get into the history and the memes.
Meme history.
We'll be defining memes a bit later, but they have their roots in political satire and cartoons. Both were used in great effect in the 18th century to lampoon various rulers and high-profile Europeans, like in James Gilray's depictions of King George III. But it was Gilray's depictions of Napoleon Bonaparte that have had lasting impact. In The Plum Pudding and Danger, Napoleon was drawn much smaller than British Prime Minister William Pitt. In popular thought and memory, Napoleon has remained a short man, though he was 5'6", the average height of men at the time, and only 3 inches below the current average. Y'all motherfuckers are short. This is just one example of a political cartoon influencing popular thought. Gilray, whose cartoons number over 1,000, also took a conservative view of the French Revolution and depicted libertines as cannibals. Political cartoons would evolve in the following centuries and become key to shaping public opinions and views on popular issues from the narrow perspective of wealthy white male publishers and editors. Thomas Nast, who created our modern visual concepts of Santa Claus, criticized the Tammany Hall corrupt political machine and arguably influenced every presidential election between 1864 and 1884. His political cartoons and others down the line would make it into our high school history textbooks, though they were usually unfunny and they needed a few moments to be understood. And that won't be the case with memes. Fast forward to the 1990s, just 2 decades after Richard Dawkins defined meme in the 1976 book The Selfish Gene as an idea, behavior, and meme in the Fast forward to the 1990s, just 2 decades after Richard Dawkins defined.
Wait, meme was a word in the 90s? That's wild. I was not familiar. Interesting.
Meme in the 1976 book The Selfish Gene as an idea, behavior, or style that spreads from person to person within a culture. The 90s version of this was the dancing baby meme, which was created by a computer software couple in 1993 to help demonstrate a 3D program. Like future memes, another computer geek tweaked the next iteration and the graphic would trickle, then flood through the internet by 1996 via emails, web links, and web pages. It became such a recurring and tweaked meme that it appeared in the mega popular TV show Ally McBeal in a 1997 episode, watched by over 11 million viewers.
Dude, what? The fucking dancing baby, dude. Why? It's so cursed.
Memes would appear in similar fashion in the following years on small sections of the internet, trickling into the mainstream for a specific audience. And by the time of the 2010s, when the social media age began, memes were seen as fast food media. There are plenty of memes that are purely jokes, sure, but many are satirizing politics, society, or the human existence using actual news. It's estimated that 2/3 of Americans get at least a little of their news from social media, which is impacting media literacy and politics in more ways than one. In 2015 and 2016, the Russian strategy of disinformatsia led to troll farms, where Russian employees earning $1,000 to $2,000 a month created fake social profiles and shared divisive opinions, and importantly, memes. Some, like in this meme, promoted text voting for Hillary supporters. Described a troll: first, you gotta be a redneck from Kentucky. Then you need to be a white guy from Minnesota. You've slaved away all your life and paid your taxes, and then 15 minutes later, you were from New York posting in some black slang. Reposting and tweaking memes was an easy task for this disinformation campaign because it quickly allowed Russian trolls to infiltrate a
Yeah, I feel like you still see this a lot. There's so many fucking, like, troll Twitter profiles.
Community. Any community. Researchers at Facebook showed in a study in 2014 just how widely memes posted on the social media site can spread and evolve. In one example, they found 121,605 different variants of one particular meme posted across 1.14 million status updates. Like slang, which I discussed at length in this video, memes are available to be co-opted by anyone with various effects. Multiple Twitter media meme outlets, especially ones like Say Cheese, No Jumper, Rap House TV, Pop Crave, Shade Room, and others, built their audiences on memes, which have blended into their skewed and often inaccurate reporting. In the case of No Jumper and Rap House, both are owned by non-black people and have used black humor and memes, in addition to spreading harmful rhetoric and misinformation. Another way that memes have been wielded to build audiences is in the emo black thought controversy, in which a black man named Isaiah Hicklin pretended to be a black woman and built his audience with memes and content he stole from women he was in group chats with. His daily reminders to drink water became somewhat of a meme itself.
This was, oh my god, this. It's such a dumb thing. Like, why do it? And then also, like, why does anyone really care?
And in addition to frequent Cash App requests, detailed Paper Magazine, he used these groups as a way to study black women and alter his content towards them in order to build an audience off the least supported demographic online. Mastering memes can get you the acceptance you crave, and it's a way to show you belong. Digging into that, according to communication scholar Lemore Schiffman, memes are a group of texts with shared characteristics with a shared core of content, form, and stance. But that doesn't fully explain this internet phenomenon. It's text, but also music, events, and pictures. Pretty much any media or experience can be memed and turned into slang, or slang turned into memes. So in this context, memes are pieces of media and sometimes events that are shared quickly, are often the most extreme position possible and or feature hyperbole, are remixable and co-optable, are often anonymous or without origin, require no drawing skill unlike political cartoons of yore, meaning anybody can do it, and they spread information but have zero backlash for incorrect information, like mainstream and indie media do. But that thing Schiffman says about a shared core of content. To understand a meme, you must share a point of reference or knowledge with the original poster. For example, if someone has never seen this video,
why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
It's impossible for them to understand the context of memes that use it. If you've never seen the original tweet where it's usable for them to—
Wait, I don't know if I've seen the original tweet. My phone died. Didn't get your text. I don't have good service. I forgot to hit send. I fell asleep. No, yeah, I have seen it.
Understand the context of memes that use it. If you've never seen the original tweet where a user tells another user to remove a photo of my sister who was killed by a metro train, you won't understand why people are replying, "Baby, that's Keke Palmer," to similar posts. That's fascinating and demonstrates that baby photo of my sister who was killed by—
Sorry, what? Not to be disrespectful or rude, but could you please take that post down? And that is my sister who was killed by a metro train. What?
It's impossible for them to understand the context of memes that use it. If you've never seen the original tweet where a user tells another user to remove a photo of my sister who was killed by a metro train, you won't understand why people are replying, "Baby, that's Keke Palmer," to similar posts. That's fascinating and demonstrates that memes are often niche communications that thread like-minded and or marginalized communities together. For instance, a study found memes to be a positive bonding communication tool for people who are born via sperm or egg donors. Memes provide a communal bond that allow a person to show they understand group values, can create media that affirms group values, and that they belong in the group, i.e. the girls that get it. Because memes are videos, pictures, and even words, our speech and sharing consumption of media has been memeified. Think about the way tweets and TikToks are often made with the intent of going viral and spreading quickly, with little to no expectations of consequences. When sharing or replying to news, satirical meme speak has become more commonplace. And this is where memification comes in. When considering the hyperbole of speech I mentioned in the slang video, social media users not only understand the possibility of going viral, but many, including myself and pretty much any other content creator, also anticipate it. Standing out on social media calls for being accessible and memorable, and memes facilitate that by incentivizing hyperbolic speech that makes pretty much anything unserious and anyone a prime candidate for internet celebrity. And to reject the meme as unfunny from your in-group can lead to a feeling of alienation. Like, what if you are one of the girls who doesn't get it or who doesn't want to? I personally don't get memes or celebrations of Sukiyana who twerked on a child, for example, and I'll eat raw—
Sorry. What? Sorry, what? Oh, there's so many memes I don't know about. I'm very out of the meme loop. Please drop your favorite meme page
before I use a meme featuring R. Kelly or Bill Cosby. The memification of Blueface, an abusive homophobe and alleged sex trafficker, and his victim, Krishan, is weird to me. The list goes on and on. In the case of Carly Russell, who lied about being abducted, very quickly the discourse around her has been memified on Twitter. Her mugshot has been touted as headshots for a future career in the entertainment business. Her ex-boyfriend was invited to an Atlanta club to host, and the flyer for which went viral. And now Carly's name has joined Jussie Smollett in being synonymous with black people making up a crime. For some reason, a bunch of people were gushing over her headshot and emphasizing that the young woman has their support, while at the same time, others used Carly as an excuse to let misogynoir and racism fly. Those who agree that Carly should not be jailed, but who denounce her for being irresponsible and stupid, believe she shouldn't get special treatment. Me, for example, that's me. But years from now, even when we've moved on, people from this contemporary period will inherently understand a Carly Russell meme because she is now embedded into internet culture. She'll be invoked by some black people as the queen of mugshots and crazy Gone Girl fantasies, and lambasted by others who claim she's the sole reason nobody will care about real black abduction victims. When a black woman is abused, abducted, or even murdered, you won't have to look far for Carly Russell's face or her name in the comments. Her memification is sealed. The subjects of memes are often stripped of their identities, past, or beliefs when people use them to make a point. And I fully admit, just because you've used a popular internet meme doesn't mean you know the original context or subject or even care about it. Think of Dr. Umar Johnson, whose face has been attached to various pro-black anecdotes, anti-interracial dating posts, and general jokes about racism.
Receiving a lot of wifey resumes, but I'm not going through them yet. Politics over punani, consciousness over coochie. Politics over punani, consciousness over coochie.
Is it just me, or has he gained reverence in the past few years? It was once common knowledge that Johnson evaded public questions about
politics over punani. Stop it. Stop.
Nearly $1 million in donations for an all-boys boarding school that never opened, that he rejects the existence of ADHD, that he erroneously claimed to be a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass, and that he spouts typical Hotep misogynistic and homophobic ideals. Plus, he said Kobe was assassinated by the NBA and Big Pharma. Lately, his ubiquity in memes has sanitized him of his past offenses, and the weirdness of memification culture means that just because a person uses an Umar meme doesn't mean they align with his values. But they have been putting him more and more into the spotlight. Like, why the fuck were y'all so excited about a picture of Sukiyana, the woman who twerked on a child? She twerked on a child. And Umar. Why were y'all so excited about this? What's so exciting about this? Explain it to me like I'm 5 in the comments. So Umar's value as a meme has elevated his public figure. No different than Little Miss Cash Me Outside, the white girl who went around saying nigga, which one? Or the gay guy who came out as homophobic.
Cash me outside. Oh my god. Oh my god. That really flies, doesn't it?
And straight. I won't be surprised if Umar goes through a renaissance in the coming years of the black conservative movement that I predict to gain traction. Of course, memification exists in every possible internet community, and that's why I have these predictions. Trump memed his way through ignorant Americans across the board, and on sides of the internet I don't belong to. The memes of predators and habitual pieces of shit like Andrew Tate make them more appealing to impressionable young men and even women being raised by the internet. But let's dig deeper on the removal of context from memes real quick. Think of Antoine Dodson, who went viral in 2010 for this video.
Well, obviously we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows, he's snatching your people up, trying to rape them, so y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they raping everybody out here.
The attacker got loose and went out the upstairs window, but he did leave something behind.
We got your t-shirt, you done left fingerprints and all. You are so dumb. You are really dumb, for real.
This clip would be seen over 16 million times by the end of 2010, and the hide your kids, hide your wife line has itself become a meme after it was featured in the Bed Intruder song, which was puzzlingly performed at the 2010 BET Hip Hop Awards. It was a different time, child. You're dumb, really dumb, had its moments too. Antoine made numerous television and movie appearances and capitalized on his meme as much as one could in the early 2010s, and along the way he was lauded as a hilarious black queer man willing to protect his sister. He later became a straight Hebrew Israelite who denounced homosexuality before coming out again as bisexual. But most crucially missing from the context of this forever infamous meme, it was—
Holy, I didn't know the backstory. I didn't know there was more to that. Wow. I love this idea of like revisiting old memes. This is a very easy series. Send me your favorite old memes.
revealed that the alleged intruder and rapist was his sister's lover. The two did a celebrity boxing match 3 years after the incident, and no charges were ever pressed. Yeah. For real. Memes are a community communication tool, a potential source of income, and a source of immense humor.
But I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real.
Not real.
And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not.
They also provide simple, though often insufficient answers to complicated questions by stripping context and nuance. If you don't read and synthesize news, shout out to that y'all don't read video, but get pieces of news from viral memes, how will that shape your worldview and voting habits? How are memes and other fast food media contributing to an overall decline in literacy? How will future historians interpret popular memes? There are millions, maybe even billions of them. Will they know what is just satire and what is misinformation or disinformation? Wait, hold on, rewind that. There's billions of memes and possibly trillions of memes. What will the historians of the future do with all these memes? Will they know what is just satire and what is misinformation or disinformation? Will TikTok memes devoid of context or points of origin be used as secondary sources in future historical narratives? Will the kiddos be poring over Twitter memes the same way those of us born in the 1900s pored over Thomas Nast? Oh my God. Should I be more
Telling you right now.
I'll be right back.
Telling you right now. Telling you right now. Right now. Right now. Telling you right now. Telling you right now. Telling you right now. Right now. Right now. I don't give two fucks. Sway, that's my shit. I don't give two fucks. 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 That motherfucker back there is not real. Not real. Not real. That motherfucker back there is not real. Not real. They either believe it or they cannot believe it. I am telling you right now. Telling you right now. Telling you right now. Right now. Right now. Telling you right now. Telling you right now. Telling you right now. Right now. Right now. I don't give two fucks. I don't give two fucks.
That motherfucker back there
I don't give two
not
fucks.
real.
conscious of the subjects and context of the memes I use before sharing them? These are the kinds of questions I agonize over as I continue to ponder the ways in which the internet shapes and impacts our lives. I don't have the answers, but I do have memes. If you enjoyed this quick rant, make sure you like this video and subscribe. We'll be diving into media in a bunch of ways.
There's definitely like, Hasan was talking about this the other day when a meme leaves its intended audience. And you have to be prepared for any reaction. And you can't really predict or control when that's going to happen. It's kind of nerve-wracking, actually.
In the coming months, and if you'd like to get sources for this video and other behind-the-scenes content, you can subscribe to me for just $1 on Patreon at the link in my description box. Thanks again to Scentbird for sponsoring this video. Make sure you check out the links for the fragrances I love below and use my code Intellectual Media for 55% off your first month. Thank you for watching.
Do not fall for the Barbie agenda bait. New Kuncan just dropped. Okay, it dropped like 2 weeks ago. But I still do need another drink. So I'm sorry.
Hold up.
You guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. Just for being a Trump supporter. And I do it again. And I do it again. Do it again. I'm my kids. Do it again. I do it again.
Hold up.
Do it. Do it again. Do it. Do it again.
Hold up.
Do it. Do it again. Do it. And I do it again. Guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. And I do it again.
Hold up.
Do it. Do it again. Do it. Do it again.
Hold up.
Do it. Do it again. Do it. And I do it again.
Hold up.
And I do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
Hold up.
Do it. Do it again. Do it. And I do it again.
I'm my kids. It's you, boy.
And I do it again.
Damn it. Oh, keep going. Anyway.
I have a big favor to ask you right off the gate. For this video, please don't fall for the bait of Barbie. I'm not saying it's good bait or bad bait, and we'll get into what that even means later. But everyone everywhere has been sharing their opinions on this movie, and a lot of people have made up their minds on whether or not it's good or bad. And for right now, don't do that. I want to look at how people are reacting to this thing, because there's a lot of fighting about it. And for a brand, you know, all discourse is good discourse. So we're not going to treat this movie like it's the feminist message from God herself. And we're also not going to view the movie as the harbinger of
Wait, it's not the savior of feminism? It's not feminism incarnate?
misogyny here to vaporize all men. I've already contributed to the mess by including the word Barbie in this YouTube title, so I'm going to be trying to undo that damage with this video. And by making it clear, we're taking a nuanced look at Barbie, the movie, and the unnuanced responses it's been receiving, particularly from loud men with weird voices. I'm hoping this video won't be very challenging. Ideally, it's short and sweet, but I do think this needs to be said, even if it just serves as a gentle reminder about how global attention can distort the meaning of anything. Okay, so what's going on? What happened? First there was nothing, and then there was Barbie. Not to go all film major on you, but I don't think it's too revolutionary to say that movies can be about different things. Right?
What?
Right, Ben Shapiro? And Barbie is no different. It's about many different things. I'm saying different too much. The movie is just destroying records. People are still talking about it. The memes aren't going anywhere. This is still very much a cultural moment. Not every film gets this treatment, not even every discourse, but we're dealing with...
The memes are fully gone now. 2 weeks later. Man. Yeah, I hate when I miss the meme. I hate that.
A cultural pinpoint, a little singularity that is now sucking everything around it into it like a black hole. Barbie, the product, was this way too. It's a doll with jobs. When this was released, there was a pushback of, women aren't supposed to have jobs. That was somebody's real argument once. That's probably somebody's real argument now. Even just the concept of a
Pearl Davis? She makes that argument.
Barbie is rooted in feminist ideals because she can own her own pink house and she can wear girly clothes, but she can also be the president or an astronaut or an Oreo eater. The trailers are all light and silly, and even though there's a few little scenes that hint that something larger is going on, a lot of general audiences probably see this as an inoffensive, family-friendly movie they can take their kids to and then, like, turn their brain halfway off. But once I knew that this was going to be directed by Greta Womanhood is a Gift and also a life sentence Gerwig, it was clear it had something up its sleeve. Even just knowing her track record, you know this was gonna come out of nowhere with some hard-hitting, very impactful moments. And it did. It was full of nuance. Greta Gerwig, I love you. Without spoiling too much, this movie features the abrupt realization that we are not treated equal. It confronts the double standards that the Barbie doll represents, and it uses big words like feminism and patriarchy. But remember, this is just a movie, right? It is a vessel for the discussion. Don't get a tattoo of Barbie yet. Whether you hated or enjoyed the movie, try not to build it up so much that it begins to shape your personality, because it's a product from a brand and we don't want that. And I feel like I have to say this because big words like feminism and patriarchy will draw in the attention of a lot of, oh geez, how do I put it? The convention's worth of loud and angry people, demographic skewing men with large platforms and a lot of rage to burn. The outrage from these people about Barbie was extra loud because the movie wasn't using progressive subtext. It was text. And if your film is pro-women and from a big brand, these people are just gonna act like you just kicked down the door and robbed their dream house. Usually, corporate diversity inclusion turns out to be a side character with one gay scene, and just that is enough to fuel these men who cry woke for an entire week. This film was 3,420 of those little 2-second clips. So whatever the exchange rate is for minutes to angry men, it's gonna be ugly. I don't know the math, but I don't want to do it. For every reasonable review of Barbie, there is a 10-minute rant about how it was man-bashing and anti-men and evil feminist woke propaganda that sneaks up on you and attacks your kids in the night. Insightful reviews point out the film's intended message, whether or not it landed for them, and maybe even suggest some ideas for it to tweak in the next time. Uninsightful reviews of this movie are basically just, this movie was mean to Ken. Just pure impulsive anger.
Oh, it hates men. Oh, it's just man-hating feminism. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but from what I've heard from more critical moviegoers, is that in fact, no, it's a very self-aware critique of feminism, actually.
Reactions, as if trying to mask fear. This is why I keep mentioning the bait, because by far, this is the largest group who fell for it. The Barbie movie just existed, and it sent forums of men into a tailspin of a tantrum. And there's room for the argument, oh, Duncan, they're just passionate about filmmaking, and no, there's no room for that argument. That's clearly not what this is about. A good majority of the people angry at this movie are not even discussing filmmaking as a craft, it's this. It's a picture of Canada man Justin T and his son at the theater, captioned, "We're Team Barbie."
Classic.
Oh, nice.
I love that they couldn't even find the same shade of pink. Like, these don't go together at all, but okay.
So they saw the movie together. Bet the replies of this are wholesome. So glad I'm not Canadian. Canada must be falling apart like America at the moment. It's hard to believe that he's real, but it's true. Canada. Flag emoji. This movie should not be held as the gold standard of feminist filmmaking, just the same way as it should not be held as the most anti-man movie of the decade. calm down. Majority of these people don't even think it's that deep. They're just trying to egg on this woke war they're trying to convince you is happening. And if anything I've said hasn't convinced you enough, or you feel still the need to engage in this discourse, to argue for your own opinions, let's just consider this. Oh, okay. Got it. Most people would agree that Barbie is a movie with a feminist message, right? That's what Greta Gerwig intended the film to convey. She approached the project with that lens and did her best to work that way into our own interpretation of the movie. But also, as soon as this movie was released, it was out of Greta's hands. Now those films' intended themes, whatever they may be, are now up for public consideration, and the general public is not going to all share that same lens. It's the same as every movie, every song, picture, art of any kind that was ever released. And this is where arguing about
Everything is the same. Every piece of media ever produced was always the same. Yep.
Film becomes an impossible chore with no ending. If someone like Ben is convinced that this movie is anti-man by his opinionated interpretation, no one is going to convince him otherwise, and no one should waste breathing air attempting to do so. We're dipping our toes a little bit into the art versus the artist of it all, just to point out that everyone who's seen this movie has supported Greta Gerwig, and Warner Brothers. They both profit from this film. Whether you loved the movie or you hated the movie, if you paid to see it, then you have contributed to both of these parties. That's the reason why it passed $1 barbillion, is because it's going to make money no matter how you
Barbillion. Shut up. Shut up, Duncan.
Feel about it. And as much as I want to give my credit card information to Greta Gerwig, this movie also supports a studio that is evil. And they don't even seem to understand the movie's success because they want to do it again with other things. The movie itself even makes little in-jokes about being product placement, so don't think you're fighting back against the Ben Shapiros by seeing the movie 4 times or giving it extra money. Don't do that. My focus is more so on how every human has a biased lens. Whether it's conscious or subconscious, the way we develop as people, we have opinions, that's the way we view things. And all of us probably think that our biases are pretty reasonable. We all think that we're doing the right thing here, but the amount of differences there are, clearly, we're not on the same page. There is nowhere in the description of this movie that references girl power or feminism. Most reviews seem to intentionally avoid this, not because it'll draw backlash, but because that's the theme you're supposed to pick up on, not have your mind made up about going into the film. Anecdote, I was a little bit too young the first time I watched Jurassic Park, and when things were getting a little bit too intense, my little raisin brain decided that, you know what, I'm gonna start rooting for the dinosaurs. So I switched teams, and all of a sudden, there was no tension in the movie because I just decided to view it that way. One person
W dinosaurs, get them! Get all those humans!
One person could say Star Wars is about politics. One person could say it's about family. One person could say it's about how the Napoleonic Wars affected France's animal adoption policies. All 3 of these takes are true for each individual viewer, and all 3 of these people are probably at your local film school, so, be careful. Of course, more sides will have textual evidence that they can use to back up their argument, but you can't tell someone that their interpretation of something is wrong. You can't say that they're feeling incorrectly. Policing people's emotions is a very muddy area, so if someone makes up their mind about something, that's kind of it. That's where it stops. There is no right or wrong way to feel about art. The artist might have had an intention in mind or something you were supposed to pick up on, but you can't expect it to land with everybody who comes into contact with it. People are just going to get lost. I could say that this painting is actually about spaghetti, and if I hold true to that, no one can convince me otherwise. That spaghetti opinion might irritate you and make you mad, but you have to accept that that's my interpretation of it.
No, that's true. It is.
The reason why there are so many male voices complaining about this Barbie movie is because A, there's enough textual substance to make the claims they're making, and B, they want to do that. That's how they wanted to see it. They didn't have any other intentions. Speaking for myself, I think the Barbie movie has a lot to say about the expectations put on girls, accepting the pain that makes us human, and how systems like patriarchy are meant to suppress women as well as other men. But that's just what I took from the movie, and you might have taken something different. We're gonna have to agree to disagree. Debates about movies or their themes are only fun when you care about what the other side has to say. And I don't care about what he has to say. I don't even want to watch it to know the extent to which we disagree. I'd rather spend my time elsewhere.
I was forced to watch that too many times.
If I could leave you with any suggestion, it's don't watch these videos just to see how wrong they are, because it supports them and it enables them to do it more often. I think the goal there should be to find discussions that make you think, and not to
BDS, but for content.
Be condescendingly lectured to. And that's all the time I'm giving myself. I will no longer talk about my opinions about Barbie. The only opinion you should be listening to or paying any attention to is your own. It gets a 10 out of 10 from me. It's a really good film. Greta Gerwig, please answer my emails. Bye. I love you. Good night. Hi everyone. This is the day I'm uploading this. Like I'm working on it right now, so excuse how I look. I hope you enjoyed the video. I worked a lot on it. I know it's short, but it's pretty dense, and I just hope that you guys enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed making it. You don't have to follow my Instagram, and you don't have to follow my Twitter or X, but you do have to like, comment, and subscribe. I will be in the comments happily reading all of your thoughts on this, so please share them. No questions about the tattoo though. What do you think of
I love Blanket Duncan.
these arguments? Did you like the movie? Do you have a spare room in your inn? Alright, I've recorded myself like this for too long. I hope you guys have a great week. Take care of yourselves. Take care of others. I love you lots. Bye.
In late June of 2023, 6 influencers boarded a flight that would take them to the brand trip destination of their dreams. They posted content featuring private airport lounges, luxurious business class amenities, and lavish hotel rooms. But what they didn't know is that while they were posting their glamorous travels, they were also simultaneously stirring up the scandal of a century.
This is wild. I can't believe anybody went on this trip.
Not really. Everyone moved on to a new topic within 3 days. But in this video, these 6 influencers will remain nameless in our quest to prioritize tools over targets. I want you to see the forest for the trees and apply what you've learned today to broader topics, not just vigilante justice. As such, I'll be giving you a slew of copyright-free names for our martyred influencers. Catman, Commander America, Feline Woman, Nurse Strange, Ultra Girl, and Deborah. Otherwise known as
Deborah.
the Revengers. Hey, only 2 of those characters are Avenger knockoffs. Anyways, I'll try my best to cover everything, but there is so much complexity to the story that simply can't be covered in a digestible YouTube essay. If I leave anything out, please add it in the comments below. Today's story has it all. Murder, betrayal, coveted affairs, and lots of Reddit level discourse.
Not the Reddit level. Are y'all ready for Reddit level discourse? Have you had water? Have you taken your meds? Have you had a food or a little snack? Look into it.
Agony. That's how I'd describe it. Agony and fear. In all of my 24 years as a private eye, I hadn't seen anything like it. The murder had occurred on one of those bleak nights where the sky was indiscernible from a pot of ebony ink. I put my all into solving this case, yet the deeper I dug, the more evil was unsurfaced. It's a dangerous lifestyle, detective work. One wrong move and your whole life goes kaput. Or worse, it goes on the internet. Inspecting our evidence, let's go in order of interesting to outright damning. Firstly, all of the creators invited on this luxe trip are considered micro to mid-size influencers. Ultra Girl represents an impressive base of 4 million on her TikTok and 1 million on her YouTube. But most of the others run relatively small accounts. Small in terms of influencer marketing. An audience of double to triple digit thousands is a lot of people, and I'm sick of pretending it's not. You guys are like a small army. The responsibility is almost too much.
Literally. It's crazy, like, because Mr. Beast is like the upper end of large creators, anyone under like 20 million is small, which is insane. That's insane.
Much, but still I serve.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Not only are most of these creators small or mid-size, but every single one of them are people with marginalized identities. 5 out of 6 of the creators are women of color, either Black or Mexican, and one of the creators is plus-sized. These tidbits are interesting to me because I can see myself more in these creators than in creators like Mr. Beast.
We are now stranded on a raft in the middle of the ocean. And there goes our boat. We are now stranded for 7 days.
And then his thumbnails are so specific. Every single video, he's like...
I feel like it's funny when YouTubers do that. It's like, what's so like serious? Why are we?
And because of that, I can also see potential motives or perhaps excuses behind their actions. For starters, creators of color are often sidelined when it comes to sponsors and brand deals. Just look up any of Dote's scandals or even allegedly Tarte. This kind of shunning leads, in my opinion, to a scarcity / overly grateful mindset. You're supposed to be happy getting anything, even if those things are mere scraps compared to your more pampered counterparts. A second reason why their demographics are so interesting to me is because of the relationship between people of color, especially women of color, and wages. And forgive me, oh my god, the next few minutes are going to be irony central, okay? It's going to be very ironic in terms of the main conversation, but stick with me. In the general workforce, wages are distributed differently depending on who is receiving them. For much of our history, white, non-Hispanic men have generally dominated the job industry, though it's important to note the complexities that arise over time. For instance, studies show that Asian people out-earn white men by a small margin, but this data doesn't include the rich diversity of the AAPI community, nor does it take into consideration economic gaps and fluctuations within that diverse community. You can read this source to learn more. Focusing on general data, for every dollar that a white man makes, a black woman makes just 64 cents. Hispanic women face an even larger gap, making 57 cents for every dollar a white man makes. These numbers get more convoluted and nuanced the more you travel along racial and labor lines, but for the most part, women...
But Pearl and her followers will all consistently insist that the wage gap is a myth. It's made up. It's just because women are worthless intrinsically.
Women of color usually bear the brunt of lower wages than their white male or white in general counterparts. For plus-size women, it's much of the same. Some researchers have written about what they call the weight penalty, wherein the more a woman weighs, especially in comparison to her age, the less she gets paid in the general workforce. The National Institute of Health reported that plus-size women aged 51 to 61 were paid 40% less than their skinnier peers. and the number only grew as they got older. In the influencing world, these gaps in pay do not change. In 2021, MSL released a report about the influencer pay disparity and found that the pay gap between white influencers and influencers of color was 29%.
What the fuck? How did they just get away with this shit?
Looking specifically at black influencers, the gap widened to 35%. Of course, you have to consider demographics and engagement when it comes to influencer pay disparity, as well as, I guess, education and job industry for the general workforce. However, in my opinion, as well as in the opinion of much more qualified researchers, identity does play a role in how marginalized people get paid. So how do our current culprits, the Revengers, fit into all of this word vomit? Well, they just so happen to be from the very demographics of underpaid, under-spotlighted communities. From their videos, I can feel it. The excitement of finally being seen and apparently appreciated in their industry. What looks like selling out their audience or taking an egregious brand deal to us could have been an eagerness to be included for them.
Okay, so this is my first ever brand trip, which is like kind of ridiculous because I've been in this industry for 5 years and I could focus on that, but I'm not going to because I deserve this shit. So I'm going to bask in my glory all week long and take up all the space.
And
it's so depressing. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Just being like grateful to be given the bare minimum and then you're not even given that.
Creator economy where brands and clout are the top resources, most people don't second guess how or from who they're receiving attention.
Also, most influencers are young people who are experiencing an industry that didn't really exist yesterday and could very well obliterate and to turn into dust tomorrow. There's no handbook, no one's really looking out for you, and you're taught directly or indirectly that you have to create this brand image and maintain this image, and oftentimes it's an image of consumerist, capitalist, girl boss, fiery hell that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I think the influencer market is designed to suck people into a mentality of selfishness, blissful ignorance, and glamour. And I think it's designed to reflect the worst parts of capitalism. And of course, we blame people for
the grind set mindset. You're just not grinding hard enough. You just need to add 3 or 4 more streams of revenue into your life and you're gonna be a billionaire. It's fine.
Succumbing to this lifestyle, and to a degree it is their responsibility to not turn into someone who posts aesthetic shots of a climate crisis, but our societal expectations, in my opinion, create a cult-like environment that anyone can fall victim to, not just influencers. We don't see regular people make these poor choices because we don't have cameras on these people. And I speak here not from judgment, but from experience. And it's also not my prerogative to play devil's advocate here. I just really think that this conversation needs not sympathy per se, but just a softer look at why people do the things they do in an industry that is designed to get people to make these choices.
The issue is, this is merely a possible explanation and definitely not an excuse. Even worse, this explanation becomes much harder to sympathize with when you uncover the reality of what brand the Revengers were aligning themselves with in the name of being seen.
I am in China on a brand trip with Shein, so let's do a little room tour.
Day 3 here in China with Shein. Get ready with me to go on a brand trip with Shein.
Shein. Public enemy number... Fuck, I'm running out of space on this list. Shein is a multi-billion-dollar company that specializes in cheap...
Yeah, number 1 million.
Relatively quick items shipped right to your door. That sounds like an ad. It's not. Even that word salad is somehow an understatement. NPR called it a global retail behemoth. It revitalized how brands operate and market their businesses and how consumers purchase goods. especially fast fashion. Variations of Shein have existed since 2008, when its elusive CEO, Chris Xu, founded it first as Zico, then Shein Side, and finally Shein in 2015. Over the years, it has managed to outdo large names like Zara in terms of sales, and Nike in terms of Google search volume. Because its CEO, Chris Xu, is so private, the company lacks a clear face. Twitter and 48 other failed companies have Elon Musk, Amazon has Baldy Bezos, and Facebook has a human man, I promise. But Shein is relatively
very real human, 100%, yeah.
Polymorphous. Instead of the CEO, we think of its various consumers whenever we contemplate the brand. These consumers are sometimes young, oftentimes marginalized, and predominantly women. Interestingly enough, these are the exact demographic makeup of its June brand trip. Some people have argued that Shein knowingly exploited these influencers by preying on their desires to be included as marginalized creators. However, I also think it's a possibility that Shein invited people who relate most to their target audience in order to maximize profits. If you're watching an ad and you see people who you can relate to, even on the most basic levels, you're most likely to listen to them and to buy their products. What if they're selling you a vision of a brand that isn't true? The reason everyone is up in arms about this brand trip is because despite its global domination, Shein is a heavily criticized, extensively documented company. Over the past decade, Shein has been accused of infringing upon artist copyright, underpaying, exploiting, and abusing workers, using forced labor in some of its supply factories, and putting our planet on a fast track to ultimate climate catastrophe.
They also did this, so jail.
Girl.
Jail immediately. Oh my god, what?
Catastrophe.
They also did this.
That's a thong. That is a thong. What are we doing? What are we doing over here? Like, what is fashion even? Honestly, like, I'm not even that mad, you know? Let people show their ass. But, like, I know they sold this shit for way too much, even though it's Shein, just because, like, it's denim. Fuck off with all that.
So, jail.
Girl. It's that bad. Naturally, when the videos from those 6 influencers began trickling into TikTok and Twitter, people were incensed. Not only because the brand itself is so horrible, but because the brand trip produced what some people are calling, and I don't know if I agree with this, but some people are calling it propaganda levels of content.
Shein hosted an influencers trip.
Obvious propaganda. It's obvious propaganda. Come on.
The factory in China, and it's the biggest load of propaganda crap.
It's obviously whitewashing China's image. Like, does America use slave labor? Yeah. Yeah. 100% they do. It's called prison. But this is obviously to bolster the image of China's factories. Like,
Instead of lounging poolside at festivals or cavorting around Bali, Shein enlisted its creators to tour its Innovation Center. These creators would be able to get first-hand insights into how Shein's products are designed, manufactured, and shipped. Influencers walked around and noted the bright, safe environment of the factory. Workers were smiling, packages were clear and tidy. Most of the work even seemed to be carried out by efficient, fast machines, according to Ultra Girl.
And honestly, everybody was just working like normal, like chill, sitting down. They weren't even sweating. We were the ones sweating walking through the whole facility.
Yup. They weren't even sweating, used as a statement.
Yeah, you're sweating more than the employees doing factory labor. Sure. Yeah, I believe that for exactly 2.5 milliseconds.
About a company accused of running sweatshops is wildly inappropriate, first, It's crazy if you want to get academic about it. Once the backlash became saturated, some of the influencers began pushing back just as hard. Ultra Girl called netizens xenophobic and racist for assuming that the Chinese-based company was abusing its workers.
This was a highly controversial take, by the way, but it's not coming just out of thin air. When discussing this brand trip, I've seen a few people imply that all Chinese-based production is done in poor working conditions, and even others still implying that anything made outside of the United States is made with forced labor or made in sweatshops. Unfortunately, there are sweatshops in the United States, and garment workers are highly
got bad news for you,
vulnerable to exploitation even here.
Feline Woman, a plus-size influencer, noted that people like her are usually underpaid and underrepresented by brands, and thus Shein was one of few who treated her well. Commander America even chimed in and said that she joined the trip because she wanted to show the general public what Shein looked like through her eyes. Why can't I say this is my truth and my experience in working with this company? She asked. This is from my own two eyes. This is what I see, and this is my experience. My own eyes did not see what everyone else is talking about. So what is it that everyone else is seeing when it comes to Shein that these influencers unfortunately simply are not? While it is true that the innovation
surely this is the only production factory. Surely they don't have many other production factories which don't look anything like this. Surely all of the working conditions are comparable. Surely.
Center they were taken to does look very clean, safe, and not sweat-inducing. The same cannot be said for Shein's other supply factories. For a really long time, this information could only be spread by word of mouth, as Shein is generally disapproving of cameras. I should say allegedly. Shein is allegedly disapproving of cameras or investigative journalists in their supply chain. But in 2022, Iman Amrani pulled off the unthinkable. Alongside her team, she infiltrated 2 Shein production factories using hidden cameras. In fact, her documentary, Inside the Shein Machine,
now we're fucking talking,
is the first time ever that hidden cameras were taken inside the brand's supply chain. Amrani and her team utilized the help of 2 undercover journalists, both of them unidentified for their own safety. And what they found out was horrific. Why did I write this like it was a fucking true crime script? Allegedly, according to the documentary, workers at least one supply factory had no regulated work hours. They were considered done working when they finished their minimum production of 500 garments per day. Workers allegedly reported they have a maximum of 1 day.
500 garments a day, dude. If you've never used a sewing machine, it doesn't speed it up that much. You know, it's not speeding it so much that you can do 500 garments a day easily. You are just speed running that shit. Doing it as fast as possible with as few safety precautions. It's not good. It's bad.
Off per month, with at least one factory worker stating, I think at a second factory, that they work daily with no off days at all. Despite Chinese labor laws and Shein's own labor rules stating that workers must not work more than 8 hours a day or an average of 44 hours per week, Amrani's undercover journalist revealed that Shein factory workers at least one location allegedly worked up to 18 hours a day. And this wasn't just a one-time occurrence. The footage that the journalist captured implied that it was rather normal for workers to clock in early morning and clock out well into midnight, even sometimes around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. During these long shifts, workers were allegedly expected to create 500 garments at minimum. If they made a mistake, such as failing to trim off any extra thread, money would be deducted from their already unlivable wage. Allegedly. One infiltrated factory claimed to only pay its workers 2 cents per garment as commission. And forgive me, girl, I didn't perform above a B in any of my math classes, but
there was also the Uyghur re-education camps where they were forced to perform labor, which may or may not have involved this. Yeah, I think there was actually a Shein factory uncovered in Xinjiang. I don't remember.
But it seemed like the workers were saying that they had to complete their minimum of 500 garments every single day in order to get their monthly paycheck, which would be 4,000 won or 500 US dollars. If I'm not mistaken, they could also then, on top of that, receive a commission of 2 cents per garment after, but I've also seen a lot of sources state that these 2 cents are what the workers are paid, period.
Workers employed directly by this factory receive a base salary plus commission.
So, the same as US prison labor. Literally the same.
On the amount of garments they complete each day.
Either way, the payment these workers are allegedly receiving is dangerously low, especially for the amount of hours they have to put in just to receive it. Ever the Shanspearean researcher, I did a basic unverified search of the cost of living in Guangzhou, where Amrani did her undercover work. And depending on where you live, rent can cost anywhere between 4,000 to 7,000 won, which would be 500 to 1,000 US dollars. Sorry, there's a gnat. Considering some workers receive a base salary of 4,000 won a month to work exorbitant hours, god damn. Especially when you consider that some garment workers receive even less than that due to low base pay or because of deductions. Amrani's documentary also concluded that workers were allegedly not allowed to go visit family outside of the area lest they get fired, and they're not allowed to call off from work. Some workers have even testified that they wash their hair.
That's pretty... yeah, that's pretty fucked. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of jobs where, like, they won't hire you unless you live close. It's typical capitalism.
In the sinks at work during their lunch break because they just don't have enough time when they go home to do basic self-care. One factory featured in the documentary did provide housing for its workers, but according to one worker, it was allegedly very hard to live in. The conditions were really bad. There was no hot water. I took a cold shower for 2 nights. God, I have never been so miserable. The wall was covered in mold. The toilet was not working. And just to compare the visuals of the Innovation Center that the influencers visited to the factories portrayed in Amrani's documentary, you can see that the environments are the complete opposite of one another. The Innovation Center is polished, automated, and properly
Of course.
conditioned to battle the heat. The workers are sitting and the flow of the space seems productive and humane. The factories portrayed in the documentary, however, are dark, swamped with clothing, entirely human operated, and kept cool by simple fans. Further, a report done by Public Eye found that some of the supply factories used by Shein also allegedly lack safety protocol. In the discussion, the researcher reports that she didn't see a single emergency exit, and that the entrances and stairs don't allow workers to leave the premises.
Jesus Christ. Have we not learned our lesson? Wait, what the fuck? There's already been too many disasters from policies like this, like not having an emergency exit. Like, what would you do? You can't. You would die. That's what would happen.
As quickly. Moreover, the windows on the upper floor are barred. I don't want to think about what would happen if a fire broke out there, she concludes. Just to be sure that this wasn't a rarity in Shein's supply chain, Amrani and her team went undercover in a second location. Girl, they found literally the same conditions. So, there you go. These are just 2 factories of thousands used by Shein to produce garments, but I don't think these accusations can be so easily written off. Timo Kalbrunner published a report that uncovered many of the same conditions Amrani found in her investigation. This report got so big that Shein responded and said that they would look into some of the accusations presented by Kalbrunner.
How do I get the information you got? You can get it. Why? Because anytime people go, I've done the research, they never say where.
It's everywhere.
No, that's not an answer. Where the f is it, Mr. Bundy? I need to know.
They studied 700 of their own supply factories and found that 83% of them, or 581, required immediate action against unjust conditions. Did you hear me? 581. A moment of silence for that, because holy shit. All that we've discussed so far deals largely with human rights and workers' rights, but Shein is also accused of destroying the planet. Good On You rated Shein a 0 for environmental impact, stating, "From hazardous chemicals to carbon emissions to microplastics, Shein is making 0 efforts that we can see. It follows an unsustainable fast fashion model with quickly changing trends and regular new styles." Asda Rajvanshi wrote for Time, stating, "The company leaves about 6.3 million tons of carbon dioxide a year in its trail, a number that falls well below the 45% target to reduce global carbon emissions by 2030, which the UN has said is necessary for fashion companies to implement to help limit global warming." There have been innumerable accusations of Shein dipping its little hand into the cookie jar of copyrighted material owned by small brands. Like, every time you blink, they just got accused of 5 more infringements. Oh fuck, there's another 5. One of the biggest replies I've seen to all of this mountain.
Fucking classic. Of course. Of course. There's so many copycats on Amazon even. There's just very little protections for artistic IP online. It's not very popular.
Of evidence is,
well, other fast fashion places do it too. It's not just Shein.
And despite the pitch shifter I just placed on my voice to sound slightly more annoying than usual, that's a very fair assessment. A lot of these companies are horrible. There's no way around it. Despite the fact that I don't shop from Shein and I don't get sponsored by Shein, I still own items from other companies accused of the same exact thing. I own an iPhone, I own a pair of Nike shoes. I think most people, especially those who consider themselves in tune with human rights, would say,
well, there's no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism.
Especially when Amazon owns literally everything, which is obviously true to a degree, but it also can't explain every act of unethical consumption. Lena Norms has a very illuminating video about that whole phrase, which I incidentally found through Alice Capel and Kristen Leo, so thank you to those 3. But I think particularly for me, it's...
I love Lena Norms. She's great. Do follow.
Not that it's super hard to steer clear of ethical violations, especially when it comes to consumerism. It's just that it's very convenient to participate in them, and I think that's why so many people do it. I can admit that I have cultivated a sense of entitlement over products, especially living in the United States where consumption is considered a hobby. And because I'm far removed from the creation process and the shipment process, I have the privilege of just swiping my card and watching as something magically appears on my doorstep. I'm none the wiser to the conditions this product was made in, who made it, or how much they were paid to do so. It goes back to Marx's theory of commodity fetishism that we talked about in my celebrity video. A lot of us have social relationships with our money, which in turn has its own relationship with products. It's never people-to-people contact, which makes exploitation much easier for us to digest. TLDR, Shein is not the only bad brand. I am barely a good person, and there are many nuances when it comes to consuming ethically under a system that is designed to exploit. However, I think the reason people focus so heavily on Shein is because it's producing these problems at a much larger scale than Zara or even Nike. Amrani stated in an interview that Shein outstrips all other fast fashion brands. It is the biggest fast fashion brand in the world. It has more Google searches than Nike, for example. And I think that the focus on Shein is because it is the biggest. It sets the tone. If it is engaging in really aggressive ways of making clothes and marketing to people, then other companies and other brands are going
And I remember their marketing campaign starting like way back in like 2010 or something. They've been around for a minute.
To feel like they need to compete with that by doing the same thing. For instance, a textile and apparel professor at the University of Delaware studied fast fashion brands across a 12-month period and took notes of how many items they were listing on their website across that span. Gap produced 12,000 different items on its website in a span of a year. H&M produced 25. Zara produced 35. Shein, however, produced 1.3 million. So what do we do about Shein? Or more accurately, as Bama Athreya asks, can fashion ever truly be fair? Well, no. Nothing can be done. We're all probably going to burn to death one of these days, and we'll all unfortunately have to do it knowing that Ron DeSantis roams the earth with us. See you in about 2 weeks with my next video. Bye. Love you.
Great, thanks.
Can you just imagine if I ended the video like that though?
I was imagining. I was actually kind of worried.
Unfortunately, I do have a few bullet points of bad news to share before we get to the hopeful stuff. The current conditions in which garment production operates seems bleak, and that's because it is. According to Athreya, this is by design. The ways in which supply chains are organized are intended to isolate individual elements of the chain from having too much power. Therefore, there is no easy, quick fix, and the options we do have can't be done on our own. Let's consider that illustrious statement from earlier. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. This is now often used to mean there is nothing an individual can do to disrupt the whole, so why try? In her video on the subject, Lena Norms explains that the point of cleaning up your own consumption habits, so to speak, is not out of the belief that your individual actions will suddenly convince millions of corporations and CEOs of doing better. Individual choices are usually done for the self to align us with our own moral code and our own ethical code. From that same video, Lena presents something
It's just about being morally consistent. Yeah. Yep. You should just have morals that you apply consistently.
I'll call resource-based decision-making, which is doing the best you can with whatever resources you have, and that being the most ethical choice you can make.
We miss about the term ethical consumption under capitalism is that nobody knows how ethical your purchase is apart from you. It has an internal element that you can't just put on a chart or judge with a clipboard. On the other hand, if you're somebody experiencing period poverty and you need to buy the cheapest disposable tampons that your local savers can provide, I would still consider that an ethical purchase, or at least not an unethical one. The label on the product isn't the only thing that determines whether something is an ethical purchase or not, in my opinion. It's circumstantial, it's internal, it's what you know about yourself.
So, individual choices are important and can be very helpful, but we also have to mix it up a little bit. The reason that the fashion industry needs organized...
Yeah, I mean, we should also be talking about the carbon from private jets or multi-billion-dollar industry, stuff like that.
Collective pushback instead of just individual pushback is because it's largely reliant on systems of exploitation, and such ingrained systems make single actions of resistance harder to track. This industry exploitation is largely of women of color. Before the 1970s, garment production was usually kept within industrialized or so-called developed economies like the United States or the UK. In fact, around the 60s, the average family spent $4,000 a year on clothing and shoes, adjusted for inflation. Of course. Of that budget, 95% of the items were manufactured in the United States. But around the 1970s, this began to change. I know everyone hates the C word here, but capitalism played a large role in how, why, and where garment production happened. Corporations like JCPenney and The Gap began outsourcing their production overseas. They would create quicker turnaround for less money. This shift in production was often espoused as a feminist treat because it meant that more jobs were being created for women in lower wage countries. But as Athrea points out, the system intentionally created an underdeveloped class of Black and brown women workers worldwide, especially considering 2/3 of garment workers are women and most are—
Yeah, we just outsourced our underclass.
Are women of color. As you can probably tell by the information in this video, there is nothing feminist or humanist happening in certain supply chains. While the industry remains highly dominated by men, as corporate executives, financiers, factory owners, designers, and promoters, it can't run without women. Women plant and harvest cotton. Women sew the garments in apparel factories. Women sell clothes as retail workers. Women are the shoppers, particularly for low-cost, fast fashion, as they seek to clothe their families. Women are the models who are used to create fantasies around fashion, premised on sexualized images of women that are explicitly understood to be controlled by men. There are even aspects of racism and colonialism present in today's clothing production industry. The apparel sector's current geographic spread has much to do with its historical origins. Colonial expansion reorganized the production of cotton, textiles, and apparel, creating entrenched power dynamics between those who owned and controlled the means of production.
Classic. I wonder why that happened. That was probably around the time that slavery was outlawed and they were trying to reconfigure their supply chain. They couldn't afford to just pay people. They had to outsource the production. Classic fucking capitalist move.
And those who produced. Cotton continues to be produced largely in former colonies. And hearing this again makes it harder for us to sympathize with the influencers who went on the brand trip with Shein. Despite their own marginalized identities and the ways in which they are underpaid in the Western sphere, their application of these facts to this specific conversation comes across as hypocritical. My first thought, if I were to be casting stones in a glass house, is what about your own marginalization is more important than the marginalized garment workers you're essentially erasing with this trip? You could argue that it's unfair to say that these influencers are causing harm by promoting this brand when this brand is the one who is lying outright, allegedly, about their working conditions.
And I think the backlash really helped to inform the discussion on this. Like, for once, the drama on TikTok was actually, like, kind of productive as far as, like, class consciousness. I don't think this was, like, the worst controversy, actually. It brought a lot of awareness to the awful practices of Shein.
And you can say that these influencers aren't necessarily the ones who are erasing the garment workers who are being exploited, but I think I'm learning very, very quickly over the past year or so that marketing is very, very important, and these brands rely on their brand image, and that brand image, for the most part, is strengthened by consumers and strengthened by the influencers who promote them. So touring the Innovation Center and giving Shein a 5-star rating on their ethics, while simultaneously workers are fighting for their lives essentially in other factories used by Shein allegedly, it comes across as erasing those struggles, try to wipe clean Shein's slate. Shein is also doing a lot of brand image repairing as of late, and I think influencers doing this trip and writing glowing reviews about how clean and well conditioned, they're not even sweating, these sort of remarks make it easier for consumers to digest Shein's past allegations. And so that's essentially what I mean when I say that these influencers are erasing the livelihood and the conditions, the unjust conditions that other garment workers utilized by Shein allegedly are facing. If you as a marginalized influencer,
it's so naive to think that the curated sample facility that you visited was representative of the working conditions writ large. Be for real. Be for real for 1 second. We all know the working conditions anywhere in the world, they're not very good, right? So in a sweatshop that isn't the face of the Shein brand, what do you think that looks like? It's probably not great.
Influencer acknowledges the ways in which brands exploit, underpay, and ignore you. What about aligning with a company that is known to do that and worse to its workers mean to you? And trust me, I get it. For a really long time, I just took whatever I could without doing research into what brands I was working with because I needed the money. Recently, I decided I want to do the bare minimum when it comes to the responsibility of my platform and having sponsored content, because not only do I owe it to my own morals, but to my audience as well. So, how do we, both as individuals and collectives, fight back against the ills of the fashion industry? Historically,
no more BetterHelp sponsorships.
The two options have been largely suggested: ethical consumption on a consumerist level and consumer-wide boycotts on a larger level. In terms of advocating for workers' rights, Athrea argues that pleas to individual consumerism should be kept to a minimum. Consumer preferences in the sector are largely shaped by women, so we assumed that we could appeal to individual consumers to help ensure better conditions for women farmers and workers. Yet consumer preferences never translate into consumer power. Individual consumers entering stores and making purchases will not influence power dynamics. Instead, Athrea suggests joining movements and organizations aimed directly at workers' liberation. Movements like the Pay Up campaign or the Bangladesh Center for Worker Solidarity. This way, you're able to put pressure on corporations and bosses that exploit their workers, not from an individual level, but from an organized, more noticeably powerful level. That isn't to say that you shouldn't also make individual choices where you can, however. If you want to shop more sustainable, if you want to limit the amount of clothing you purchase at a time, if you want to make cleaner or the cleanest choices you can with your own resources, that never hurts. I was actually surprised to read so many articles that shied away from individual work, because the way I previously thought of it, individual work has to add up, right? Like, if everyone decided to stop shopping fast fashion completely overnight, wouldn't that have a better impact on the environment and workers' rights? No, apparently. Kalpona Akhtar, executive director of the Bangladesh Center for Worker Solidarity, does not think so, at least. In fact, she argues that boycotts negatively affect the movement. Boycotts put our jobs at risk. The last thing we want is brands to pull their orders out of Bangladesh. We need these jobs, but we need these jobs with dignity. We want this job with a decent wage, a safe working place, and with a union voice. So you consumers can purchase with responsibility, buy with responsibility, and make accountable to these brands to tell them to pay more attention to these workers, to pay full and fair compensation to workers. Ayanna Winterstein wrote something similar for Labor Behind.
But that's never gonna fucking happen. I'm sorry, but that's not happening under capitalism. It relies on an underclass to be exploited for their labor. And when that labor was no longer so easily exploitable under capitalism, they just outsourced the labor. That's what's happening here. It's just more imperialism on a larger scale.
And the Label, a non-profit organization advocating for workers' rights. We urge people not to boycott the brands involved. Instead, put the workers at the center of the issue and ensure their rights are respected. In response to a boycott, brands may cut production or pull out of the factories. This would lead to the loss of jobs, garment workers struggling to feed their families, and being unable to send.
Yeah, like boycotting Bud Light isn't gonna help your cause at large. It's just going to hurt like Joe down the street that works at the Bud Light factory.
Send their children to school. We want brands to work with unions on the ground and to listen to the opinions of those who know the conditions best, the workers themselves. Brands need to commit to improving building safety, working conditions, and to ensure workers are being paid a living wage.
Wow, you're beautiful. Thank you. Welcome in.
As consumers, our role must be to push this change by asking relevant questions of the companies whose clothes we wear and by lobbying for change. At the end of the day, I'm not an expert on workers' rights and I can only go off of what I find on the internet. I really implore you to not just watch this video, but to also read research conducted by professionals and consider participating in local chapters of workers' movements. As for the 6 influencers who made those videos in support of
maybe, what's the song?
Shein, I don't think we'll ever know exactly why they accepted the offer. Whether it be because of their own marginalization, the rat race mentality of the creator economy, or just plain—
You're married? No. No.
ignorance. I'm not sure it matters. Media literacy is always extremely important, but taking care to research who we're aligning ourselves with is something I want to do more of, and I want to place a big importance on it as a creator. I know for a fact that I will stumble here and there doing it, but overall, I do think it's something that can't be neglected in this industry. I also think the story of the creators going on the brand trip is a much smaller caveat than the larger picture of corporate exploitation. The influencers in this case are more reachable.
Yeah. It's so complicated, right? Because the workers are also being exploited. Like, the Instagram influencers are also workers. So they're being exploited for their reach, and like the trust of their audience. But ultimately, it's Shein that is employing them and asking them to do that unjust advertising. It's tough. It's tough.
In our minds, they're more easy to hold accountable, therefore we tend to go a little hard in an attempt to do so. But at the center of it is the undeniable greed and abuse at the hands of corporations. And I don't think we should let that part of the story go untold. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please let me know how you felt about this video, from the influencer TikToks to the uncovered footage from the Shein supply chain. Does any of the information presented today make you, I guess, sort of second guess your own consumption habits, or are you just riding, girl? You're fine. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, because apparently verbally saying it makes you do it more, and I will see you some other time on some other part of the internet being insufferable. Bye. I love you. Stay safe.
Like, comment, and subscribe, please. Alright, what's this? Linux, Nouvelle, Vogue, and manner of speaking. Okay. Okay. Is this gonna be copyrighted? Nouvelle Vogue. I feel like I know this. Nouvelle Vogue. No, I'm thinking of Nouvelle Vella. What is this? Use Google Translator. In a matter of speaking, Nouvelle is the song you want to dedicate it to yourself. You are beauty. For that reason, I dedicate it to you. But I only really understand 5% English. I think I get it. It seems very nice. Challenge you to wear someone's reading glasses. I've gotten this before. Why? What is this? Why is this a meme? I don't get it. I feel like, have you been here before? Is it you? Oh my god. Hold on. Let me tap. My god, the D-Gens are in. Okay. Hi, D-Gens. Welcome in. Hi, I'm Lainie. I go by she, they pronouns. Where did you come from? This was a great song. I like this. This was very nice. Thank you for sharing. Okay, what do we got? Okay, it's time to get into the girl discourse. It's girl time. Girls in, okay? We need to talk about girl dinner.
TikTok made a trend, which was fun and exciting, and I was having fun with it. And then the media got a hold of it, and then disordered eating TikTok got a hold of it, and now it's not fun anymore.
That's it. That's my intro.
Hi, I'm Amanda. You're watching Swell Entertainment.
Yeah, that's exactly the trajectory I expect from this. Yeah, the trigger warning, eating disorders, trigger warning, I don't know. Disordered eating.
And today we are talking about girl dinner trend on TikTok. And originally when I was gonna make this video, it was entirely just going to be like, the media is being really annoying about this. It's not that deep. And then I spent a little more time looking through the actual girl dinner tag and found a lot more. And I was like, okay, so clearly what was happening was that because of the nature of TikTok and because of how widespread the content on TikTok was, I was not getting the disordered eating side of the girl dinner trend. I was getting the fun girl dinner side, which sounds annoying. I was getting the other side. And so I was like, I don't think this is disordered eating. I think it's just like chaotic eating. As you can tell from the intro, I'm going to talk about a sensitive topic. So if you are uncomfortable with that, if you don't think you can handle it,
it's just chaotic. It's not disordered eating. It's just a little chaotic. Uh-oh. I feel like Amanda's about to learn something about herself.
Totally understandable. Click off. Have a nice day. Go watch something more fun. I do find this trend fun, so I want to make that very clear going into this, but I want to talk about basically everything surrounding girl dinner because I do think it's possible for two different styles of a trend to happen and for there to be a branch off of a trend. And I think we see this a lot on TikTok, especially with how fast the trend cycle goes. And so I wanted to talk about this because I love girl dinner and I have girl lunch a lot. If you guys follow me on Instagram at Lovey2Golka, you'll see that I occasionally post when I'm out and about running errands, I go and do girl lunch. For me, girl lunch is I go to a restaurant and I just order a bunch of appetizers or sides and that's my girl lunch. I don't get like a main entree, I get a bunch of different things and then that's my girl lunch. That's what I enjoy. That's fun for me. And I've definitely had girl dinner before. I think everyone has had girl dinner. Let's talk about girl dinner in its inception. So I believe there was an initial girl dinner video before the girl dinner song girl dinner video.
I cannot find the TikTok right now, but a girl just came on here and said how like in medieval times peasants had to eat nothing but bread and cheese and how awful that was. And she was like, that's my ideal meal. This is my dinner. I call this girl dinner.
Basically, girl dinner is just like the lazy meal, okay? I've made too many decisions today.
I call this girl dinner. Okay, I kind of love them.
The last thing I want to think about is what I'm going to eat for dinner, let alone making dinner. I don't want to order it, so I'm just going to eat whatever I have available. So that could be crackers, snack foods. It could be just a peanut butter sandwich with a handful of Cheerios and some carrots. You know, it's just like snacky foods. I put this up here because this is what it initially made me think of, was like kids' homemade Lunchable trays. And then there was this song from @KarmaPilled.
This is my meal. I call this girl dinner. Girl dinner. Girl dinner. Girl dinner. Oh, girl dinner.
Toodaloo, you silly goo.
Do I actually think that she ate an ice cream for dinner? Not necessarily. I think it was just a bit, but I can see where the trend then pivoted from there. Is this her fault? No, of course not.
Yeah.
This is just
it's a slippery slope into I had an ice cream for dinner into I only eat 3 cheese cubes for dinner. I get where ED talk took a hold.
Hey, I'm eating girl dinner. And there have been times where I've had leftover birthday cake for girl dinner, okay? There are times where I've had, you guys know Trader Joe's? They're like, they're molten lava cakes. Those things, great, delicious girl dinner. But I've been seeing the trend of girl dinner where it was things like that, like here's my hodgepodge of food that I've made, where it's like just a plate full of different foods, whether it's plates full of leftovers, plates full of snack foods, leftover cereal, things like that, you know, whatever. That's what I was seeing. I was seeing like the, hey guys, girl dinner. And then at some point after this, I saw, I believe it was from The Cut, but I can't find it. I saw the article linked on Twitter and I did not read it because I was like, that is not girl dinner. That's not what girl dinner stands for. Basically, it was an article being like, let's talk about girl dinner. And it specifically used the word aesthetic food trend in the title. And I said, no, I'm not clicking that because that's not the point of girl dinner. It's not supposed to be aesthetic. The point is that it's chaotic. That's the point. It's not aesthetic. It's just food. Before I go further into the discussion about some of the disordered eating conversations happening around girl dinner, I want to make it very clear as well that I have dealt with disordered eating, but my disordered eating has never really been restriction. My disordered eating has always been binge eating, okay? And on occasion, I straight up forget to eat. I get busy, I get hyper-focused on what I'm doing, and then I just forget to eat, and suddenly it's 1 a.m, you know, like that's it. But I am also firmly in the camp.
Okay. Regularly forgetting to eat is a form of restriction. You're just qualifying what kind of restrictive eating you do. Oh, I only restrictive eat when I'm like really in the flow. I'm only restrictive eating when I'm really focused on work. Fuck you. Fuck that.
That eating something is always going to be better than eating nothing. Eating a donut for breakfast is better than skipping breakfast. And that goes with any, in my opinion, for any form of diet culture, healthy eating culture, anything like that. I personally think getting your meals in the day is more important than only eating the perfect healthy meals constantly, okay? Eating something is better than eating nothing. I recently had someone tell me that this makes them incredibly mad. If you know how to turn it off, tell me. I don't know how to turn it off. The going dark, I can't figure it out. I don't know.
It's literally just in your settings. You go to settings, display, brightness, time, and it's right there. It's right there. Are you a fucking boomer? Come on, you're embarrassing all the millennials. Come on, Amanda.
But I mean it. I'm firmly in the camp that eating something is better than eating nothing. And so with the disordered eating discussion that this has moved into, with people, instead of showing like, here's the random things that I ate for girl dinner and the hodgepodge of food that I've eaten, it became seemingly a trend as well of some people sharing how little they eat for dinner. In one instance, someone shared that they just ate like a container of corn for dinner. Someone sharing that they only ate lettuce, a very small portion of soup in one instance, and things like that. And while I can understand the concern of like glamorizing disordered eating and like malnutrition and no nutrition necessarily, if they're eating, I don't know, this might be hard for me to understand, but I'm just,
you may have anorexia. If you don't understand what's going on here, you might be anorexic.
It's something. Is it so far-fetched to think that the girl dinner trend may have possibly led someone who maybe would have skipped dinner to instead eat something because I can eat this and then I can post girl dinner and it's like a fun thing that I ate? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's me being naive about certain eating disorders and things like that. But I am firmly in the camp of eating something is better than eating nothing.
Yeah, naive, insensitive, all the things. All things. Hey, thanks for the follow.
And yeah, if there's a day where I'm just going, and maybe my appetite's all over the place because I'm stressed, my anxiety's too high, whatever. If I eat just like a bowl of Cheerios without any milk in it, like that's better than eating nothing before going to bed. That's just personally how I approach it. But let me talk about some of these articles, because originally I was gonna brush off all of these articles, but I wanna talk about some of them. This is from Yahoo Life, written by Carrie Justich. The girl dinner trend has been accused of glorifying
Hi, I'm pretty well. How are you?
Eating disorders. Its creator says it's a celebration of food. The girl dinner is suddenly everywhere, and its creator is worrying that its original meaning has been misconstrued. The meal trend, which is essentially a single-serving dinner made up of little bits of different food like cheese, bread, and assortment of meat, vegetables, fruits, or whatever a person might be craving, originated in a video by Olivia Marr, posted on May 11th. Now, the 28-year-old's original video has 1.3 million views, while inspiring countless recreations under the hashtag girl dinner, and even a musical jingle by another creator. It's been used in over 23,000 TikTok videos. While her original video characterizing her spread of cheeses, bread, grapes, and cornichons, is that how you say it? Girl dinner wasn't good fun. Mara has seen how the trend
cornichon
has gotten carried away by those who are enjoying it and others who are critiquing it as a bridge to dangerous eating habits. I totally hear where people are coming from, she says, but she stands by her creation as one that comes from a love of food, no, not a way to glamorize restriction. Instead, she says girl dinner is about a celebration of food and appreciation and excitement because you're eating exactly what you want and you're satisfying all the flavors you're craving. See, that's what I think of it as. Like, yeah, sometimes I'm like, I want chocolate, but also I have zucchini in my fridge. Things like that. That's what I consider it as. But just because I consider it as one thing does not mean that it has been construed as something else. Two things can be true at the same time. That's apparently been the...
If you're eating zucchini and dark chocolate as your dinner, you are anorexic. That is not healthy, ever. That's never a healthy dinner, under any circumstances. Amanda, are you okay? Bro, are you alright? I think you should talk to your therapist about this.
The motto for 2023, unfortunately. Being alone is part of the experience. I think this is also where maybe it's become an issue as well, because personally, I live alone, okay? Obviously, all of my girl dinners technically are girl dinners because I'm eating most of them alone, aside from Hermes, but Hermes is a girly girl when not a boy. You know what I'm saying? Technically, all my dinners are girl dinners because I'm just eating chaotically because I can. But something about it is, like, here are the origins of the trend for the Yahoo Life article. Being alone is part of the experience, Mara explains, noting that the snack plate variation is what she'll eat when her boyfriend is out of the house in an effort to save time on preparing dinner. I don't need to make meat and vegetables and starch or whatever. I'm not gonna go get something big, she says. I'm gonna just like eat whatever I can find, like hunt and gather from my own kitchen. Yes, and I think that that's good though, right? I need to stop using the word good and bad and things like that because that's not the point of this. Further down in the article, it talks about why the controversy. It can be a bit worrying in that, are we saying this is girl dinner because all of these messages that we have about women needing to watch what they eat and be super, super particular and maybe really controlled and portioned around what they're eating? Is this a way to be more permissive around certain foods, or is it another way to be super hypervigilant about what you're eating and have really small amounts of things? O'Malley points out. Small portions displayed in some of the girl dinners circulating the internet are the ones forcing the most scrutiny. As one creator says, the trend has led to people to glorifying eating disorders. And while there are a handful of examples of satire, it's important to recognize how different individuals are being affected by the content because of diet culture. So many of these things can easily go one way or the other.
Yeah, like Amanda doesn't even realize that she's being affected by diet culture. She doesn't even realize that her entire idea of food is informed by diet culture. She's like, ha ha ha, that's just how I eat, because, like, I live alone, it's fine. Like, that's just, like, I can, so I do. And, like, that's not good. That's not healthy. You should at least have one solid meal a day.
Relationships with food are so individual and so personal, while media and social media is so not personal, O'Malley explains. When you get these glimpses into people's eating, it can easily be inspiring and exciting to find more creative ways to explore different foods, or try a new meal, or try a new recipe, or try a new way of cooking something. It's just as easy for it to have this feeling of like, oh, what this person doing is better, or I'm comparing myself to them, or I'm comparing my body to them. And I think that comes from both someone's own experiences and relationship with their body and food. And it also comes from diet culture and all these other influences. We don't know how it lands with each person. And I think that's what most things come down to with the internet, though, more than anything. Like, I can't always predict how a video that I make or an Instagram photo I post or whatever is going to affect another person because I'm one person. You know what I'm saying? Same with this trend. Like, when she posted her medieval peasant girl dinner, she didn't think about how maybe someone's gonna think about, like, oh, this Victoria's Secret supermodel also ate girl dinner and I want to look like her, so I'm gonna do that, you know? So it's like, I don't think that vilifying the whole trend is the response, though, and that might be my naivete as far as that goes, you know? That might...
The original girl dinner wasn't sufficient dinner for anybody. You can't call that dinner. That's not dinner. It's not.
Be that, because it's like, I can't control everything. They can't control everything. TikTok can't control everything. I can barely control Hermes. You know, I can't control how you respond to this video. I don't think vilifying the whole trend is the response to that. Mara says she doesn't mean any harm. Instead of encouraging food restriction, Mara says the girl dinner is about eating what you need. She emphasizes that it's an individual experience that meant to make people feel giddy over their meals rather than unsatisfied or bound by the perceived rules of diet culture. Ultimately, she encourages viewers to remember that the one meal someone might share on TikTok is not indicative of their overall eating habits. Yeah, and I think that's important as well. The girl who posted herself eating corn, just corn for dinner, like...
You can't call that a meal. It's not a meal. Call it a snack.
Did she actually eat something else? Did she make the girl dinner just her eating corn because she knew that that was going to get a reaction from the internet? Did she do it because she thought it was funny? You know, like, did she...
Ooh, okay, this is making me madder than expected. I'm just gonna step away for a cute little hot second.
Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. And where you at now? Did you save the 10,000? Did you find a passion? Alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. In a hoodie, in a backyard somewhere, we were talking. And your eyes all sparkly, you got me nervous. Not a clue as to what it'd be. Now you're leaving. Few years flew past you, and you worried. Didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car. And I'm still searching for that feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described it. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it. Hey, don't move on my toe. Back.
I really love Welcome Café. That's their linky. I guess we can get back into it.
She then go and eat like a grilled cheese sandwich and, you know, some green beans. Who knows? But like this one video, to say that this one video or several handfuls of video, whatever, is indicative of an entire trend. and that therefore the entire trend should be vilified, I don't think is accurate, I guess is the word. Popeyes also made a girl dinner thing. Oh, this article is from Fox Business, by the way. So some people were criticizing Popeyes girl dinner, but basically Popeyes girl dinner is kind of like how I do girl.
Of course they would. Yeah, that adds up.
Girl lunch, which is basically, it's a bunch of sides. That's how I view girl dinner. Girl lunch, it's just like a lot of mismatch of things. We're like, this is just, you just don't have protein in this, I don't think, which like some people just don't. I'm so confused. It's all just sides. No, another row. It's girl dinner, Popeyes replied, adding a winky face emoji. That does ruin it. That does ruin it. That you did it. That's it. That's what ruined it for me. So it's 2 biscuits, I think coleslaw, rice and beans, gravy and mashed potatoes, and then fries. So I guess that's kind of how I view girl dinner. I don't know where Popeyes falls into the TikTok social media trend cycle, because like if Denny's had did this, it would be dead already. Like Denny's was the harbinger of doom, the Mothman of trends for Tumblr. The moment Denny's got involved, you'd know that the trend was dead. So I don't know where Popeyes falls in that, you know, ecosystem of the trend cycle for TikTok just yet. But I mean, this was a few days ago now that they did this, like a week or so.
Yeah, I mean, any brand account on Twitter, I think, is pretty low on the totem pole of accounts.
Ago actually. So I mean, it's still happening. I'm still getting girl dinner things. There's also the girl dinner filter, which I did not discuss. Here's a different discussion of it. This is from bonappetit.com. Chill girl dinner is literally just a snack plate by Ali Francis. If you've logged on recently, you've probably seen the TikTok craze machine's latest creation, girl dinner or snack plates for one. Yes, the internet has decided to rebrand my solo nights eating fruit nuts and honey drizzled.
Dude, dinner is really doing a lot of heavy lifting. It is lifting the entire phrase, actually. None of these are dinner. Not a single one.
Hunks of feta off my stomach while watching Gossip Girl reruns. The term has snowballed so out of control online that it's putting a major dampener on the IRL activity. Unfortunately, the trendification of girl dinner and the various controversies that have followed it have ruined a good thing. Basically, any assemblage of food intended to be a full meal can be girl dinner. The deluge of discourse started when showrunner's assistant Olivia Marr posted a video back in May shilling the virtues of her mismatch of cheeses and breads, sparking a slew of riffs. There's a lineup of bagel, crackers, pickles, salami slices, guacamole, and strawberries, a couple of ham and cheese.
I'm tired.
Stuffed tortillas with a glass of what looks to be Nesquik, and a very aesthetic plate of cherry tomatoes, olives, prosciutto, burrata, and plums under a shiny slick of olive oil. On TikTok alone, the trend has amassed 212 million views, up from 30 million just 10 days ago. We're embracing low effort over overexertion, creator Alana Laverty, who regularly shares her girl dinners online, told Dazed. Who has time for an 8 to 10 hour workday to follow a 25-step recipe that requires 20 ingredients? Not me. As one commenter wrote, girl dinner is free-willing and indulgent, something a culinary bacchanalia. At face value, girl dinner is a delightful way to nosh. It's perfect for the summer heat, no cooking, little cleanup, and the ideal for the end of the day when you're too exhausted to not eat foods that feel like a treat. My colleague Sam Stone wrote about the trend. But like any virtual movement, scale attracts scrutiny. In the weeks since Mara's original post started doing the rounds, the internet has been trying to determine whether girl dinners are something to embrace or reject. Things are very serious online. As we've witnessed time and time again, please see example A, butterboards, and
I mean, of course, like a post about food like that is going to go viral. It's gonna be a hot take. There's gonna be many opinions, and I think she knew that going in.
Example B, mouse moments. Once a thing is given a name, the thing becomes an object of controversy. It needs to be said, there's nothing new about the format. A British chef, Nigelia Lawson, has pointed out girl dinners are really just picky bits. Other creators have written entire cookbooks dedicated to the concept. While see girl dinner hiding in plain sight on restaurant menus around the country. Jupiter in New York serves a bowl of cherries for dessert, and Botanica in Los Angeles features a bunch of dips and snacky small plates. It's charcuterie. It's similar to the bento-like plates, a combo.
Dude, a bowl of cherries for dessert? That shit probably costs like $30. Fuck that. Fuck you. Fuck that.
Of bite-sized carrot medallions, cheddar cubes, grapes, and almonds that my mom whipped up after school. Hell, it's basically tapas, a style of eating the whole ass country of Spain already got behind. Some see the trend as pushback on diet culture and a solid advertisement for intuitive eating. Many of the videos, posted primarily by women, show them eating whatever they feel like. Others have said that some of the meals, such as the clearly satirical cigarette and a cup of tea, and the more sparse plates floating around online, promote disordered eating. It's an argument unfortunately reinforced by the chosen nomenclature. Girls, after all, are most at risk of developing unhealthy eating disorders, unhealthy relationships with food. Others have a problem with gendering any way of eating. That's just a divorced dad dinner on a plate, tweeted one user. As someone who has had the divorced dad dinner, I've had Burger King for Christmas Eve dinner. I've had that. That's divorce kid culture, you know? Don't mock my phone. Sorry, I'm being an asshole now. Okay, I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna link the articles that I talked about. There's a few others that I'll probably link because some of them do have good points as well as ones that I think I'm like, I don't think it's that deep, but I'm listening, you know. Why TikTok girl dinner trends is giving dietitians a pinch of pause, from Well and Good, The New York Times. Is it a meal? Is it a snack? No, it's girl dinner. What is girl dinner? And can TikTok? They're all yelling at me for using an ad blocker right now, so thanks. But basically that's from CBS News. So I'll link these down below. My opinion, again, I think eating something is better than eating nothing, in my opinion. And just because someone posts one meal or one video to...
Okay, but like... it's not between eating something or nothing. It's between eating barely anything or a whole meal. Those are the distinctions here.
To a trending sound on TikTok is not a encapsulation of their entire diet, in my opinion. And I've talked about disordered eating and other trends on social media as well, because like, for example, the gut health movement and things like that on TikTok, I think that is thinly veiled disordered eating. I think something like this can very easily be turned into a crutch, an excuse, no, I'm not eating, this is girl dinner, you know. But I also think that like, I don't think that the phrase girl dinner in itself is inherently harmful, in my opinion. I can understand having an issue with just gendering a type of eating at all. I can totally...
If people are telling you, people who have eating disorders are telling you that it's problematic, then why can't you just fucking listen to them? Just listen to the people who have experience in this thing. Oh, I just don't think it's problematic. I think it's fine. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I understand that. But also I think that there's like worse things to call this. I mean, honestly, I think calling this peasant dinner would probably be even worse, you know, than girl dinner. Peasant dinner.
No, that's better, actually. That's actually more class conscious. In fact, I would prefer if you had said peasant dinner than girl dinner. 100%. Why do you think girl dinner is more acceptable than peasant dinner? I want you to unpack that very specifically.
Peasant dinner, it doesn't have the same effect. I don't know. I don't have a problem with being a girl, you know? I don't have a problem with saying that things are girl stuff. And I'm assuming there's a lot of people that feel that way as well. And if you're taking that as some form of TERF statement, go fuck yourself. I will block TERFs on site. Anyone can have girl dinner. That's kind of the point. I think that things can be interpreted any number of ways on the internet. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, is this good or bad? It's logical to have concerns, and I also think, personally, I don't have a problem with girl dinner. I know this isn't really an ending. It's just kind of like here you go. I've explained this to you. Take it as you...
I don't have a problem with girl dinner because I am thin and I have never had to worry about food because I barely eat anything. I think it's fine, actually. Okay, Amanda, shut up.
You will. Maybe you disagree with me though. Maybe you do think that the entirety of the concept of girl dinner or even just the concept of eating anything is better than eating nothing is inherently harmful. If you disagree with me, feel free to literally let me know. Tell me. Let me know. Have you seen girl dinner? Have you posted about girl?
Oh, I will. I will be letting you know.
Girl dinner. What do you think about the girl dinner song? Have you had girl dinner this week? Let me know. Comment down below. Reminder, I have a podcast, the Swell Shan's podcast. Reminder that Swell Entertainment is now available on Spotify the day after.
Amanda regularly makes me mad. She really does. Okay. Time for Tara Mooney. The anatomy of girls, and when it turns toxic. Spoiler, it's always toxic.
Whenever I hear the name Ariana Grande, my first thought is always, what is going on? What is she saying in her songs? What ethnicity is she supposed to be this week?
Literally, are those even words?
Why is she licking a donut without buying it? But nothing tops her most recent scandal, which I never thought I'd say this in my life. She f***ed SpongeBob.
I go to the bathroom and I see this girl crying over the sky, and I'm like, girl, we don't cry over guys here. Like, he literally looks like SpongeBob.
Who was married with a newborn infant. Yikes. And now there's all sorts of discourse about her previous relationships and their allegedly dubious origins, suggesting that she has a track record for knowingly getting romantically entangled with other women's boyfriends and now husbands. Allegedly. Now, before the Ariana stans come for me, repeating what's being said. I don't know what did or didn't happen because I'm not any of the people involved. And I'm not interested in joining in on the dog pile. What I am interested in is the discourse around this. The thing that stuck with me among all the mess was something that the wife of Ethan Slater, Ariana Grande's co-star in Wicked, said about the situation. She described Ariana Grande as not a girl's girl. My family is just collateral damage. The language choice here made my ears perk up because she's reacting to—
Sorry, what? Yeah, they're just collateral damage. It's fine. Oh, okay. Kind of cold, but all right.
To an incredibly traumatic and public breakdown of her family by using a phrase that I associate with locker rooms and pink fluffy diaries with the locks on. And I don't mean this as a criticism of her, more that being a girl's girl, or not being a girl's girl, holds more weight than I initially realised. It's actually a damning condemnation, which I would like to explore today. But first, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Tara Mooney, and this is the only channel on—
She's so gorgeous. Are these freckles natural? I've never noticed that she had freckles before, but she's a babe. Also very intelligent and well-spoken. Go follow Tara.
YouTube, where all videos are written and produced by a cow. She couldn't be in the video today because she's actually trying to score a Taylor Swift ticket, and she's gonna be devastated when she realises that you can't pay for them in hay. But if you like and subscribe, she might appear in the next video. And I will be making 2 announcements in this video. One now is that yes, I am aware that my hands are orange.
What is that?
Let's just acknowledge it so we can get past it and carry on with the video. Okay, make your—
It happens to the best of us.
Jokes, make fun of me, go on, do it now, and now you can watch the video. As for the second announcement, that will be at the end of the video. So if Ariana isn't a girl's girl, where is she missing the mark? What makes a girl a girl's girl? I initially thought it was so simple. You know, it just describes a girl who enjoys being around other women and prefers the company of girls than guys. But oh no, it is not that simple.
It's much more than that.
A lot more to it than that.
Rule number 1, never ever bring a girl down based on her appearance. Jealousy over their beauty or jealousy over the fact that they're seeing someone that you used to date is not an excuse. Rule number 2, always let a girl know if their man is cheating or trying to cheat. Number 3, if you're dating a guy and you find nudes in his phone of someone that he no longer has contact with, like has cut out of their life, like an ex, you delete those nudes because that girl no longer gives that person consent to have those photos. And last but not least, hype up all the women in your life. Empower them, support them, because us girls need to stick together now more than ever.
This all seems like good common sense advice for women. I can get behind all this. In summary, it's looking out for fellow women.
I mean, I don't know if you need to be deleting other people's nudes. That comes off as a little insecure. Like, what's... Sure, the person may not have given consent for the person to still have their nudes. That may be true. But, like, is it up to the new partner to decide when that photo gets yeeted into the ether? I don't know. That seems like an overstep.
Kind. Not letting rivalry cause you to lash out at other women. I saw a video of someone trying to explain what a girl's girl is. A girl's girl is someone who doesn't put other girls down in front of men to look cool. A girl who goes and talks to a girl standing alone at a party. A girl who wouldn't post a picture that you look bad in just because they look good. A girl who uses her words to lift you up, not bring you down. A girl who shuts down mean gossip about other girls instead of listening. A girl's girl is the friend you want. So those are two solid definitions. I'm sure we can all agree, so I guess we can end the video now.
Yeah, surely. Yeah, 15 minutes left. Yeah, surely that's all. And that's it.
Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Not so fast. There's more stuff, apparently.
Okay, I don't understand girls who aren't girls. And by girls, I mean the following. I will never unfollow you on Instagram, even if we spent 45 seconds bonding over lip gloss in the bathroom of a bar and never speak again.
We've met once in a random club toilet and bonded over the fact that both our exes were called Josh. I will never unfollow you. We've made that bond now. Why would I not want another friend as well? Why? I don't get that. I don't get the whole unfollow you.
Wait, so unfollowing someone you met once and will probably never see again?
That seems, very specific.
Is against girl code? What if you like purging who you follow? What if your follower count must be an even number? Yeah, sisterhood and all that, but a digital detox should always be prioritized. If it takes me more than 30 seconds to remember who you are, you're out. I'm ruthless like that. I'm not like the other girls. I walked right into that one. Now, if that got you scratching your head, wait to hear some more social media girl etiquette.
This has to be the best metric to really tell if the girl that claims to be a girl's girl is really a girl's girl. This only works for people who are like in the acquaintance to a friend tier, so if they're like your best friends, this doesn't really count. But if this friend or acquaintance meets your boyfriend for the first time, or even like your love interest, and within the next 48 hours she adds him to her close friends list, she's gotta go. There's absolutely no reason why my boyfriend has to know why you're crying at 2 a.m. in the morning. No way.
Am I showing my age here by asking, is this a thing? I mean, she's not...
I have literally never considered this. I mean, I guess that would be an issue, but like, are you really gonna stalk your boyfriend's Insta to see who he added as a close friend? Like, you gotta trust the man. You gotta trust him.
Wrong, but how often does this happen? And don't you need to be on your own love interests social media to test this? I think we need a better way of determining if someone is or isn't a girl's girl.
I will never put another woman down or take a man's side deliberately just to seem cool or one of the boys.
I've got to say, this is a classic case of definition by negation. As in, you decipher what is a girl's girl by defining them by what they wouldn't do. It's kind of a feeling, you know, it's based on vibes. You know it when you see it. So unsurprisingly, there's a fair bit of crossover between the non-girls girl and the pick-me girl. But I would argue that they don't necessarily have to be a pick-me girl. In fact, it can be a lot more subtle.
I was explaining to my boyfriend the other day what a girl's girl is because I used it in a sentence and he was like, what's a girl's girl? The only reason we were even on this topic was because we had just gone out to dinner with this group of people and I was telling my boyfriend that one of the girls there just didn't sit right with me for some reason. But it was just like whenever she was talking or telling a story, she would direct all of her attention to the guys at the table, especially my boyfriend, to be honest. And it seemed like she was trying to ask all the guys questions and be like super interactive with all the guys, but was not directing like any attention toward the girls or like trying to talk to them at all. And my friend noticed it too. And then whenever I would say something to the group, she would kind of side-eye me and give me like a nasty look. And then she would start talking to her friend and like act like she wasn't listening. And then whenever the guys were like telling a story or saying something, she would start like laughing really loud, laughing at jokes that like weren't really that funny. But she was pretty much just pretending that like every girl there like did not exist.
They might not even explicitly say anything to diminish other women, but instead cater their personality and behavior to the men in the room. They don't have to be like just pearly things to not.
I mean, women are largely conditioned to do this naturally, right? So I wouldn't condemn a woman for, I don't know, feeling naturally like pulled to cater to the men in the room. Like, that's just like existing as a woman under patriarchy. If it seems intentional, I guess we could have a conversation about that, but like on its own, I don't think that's like an indictable offense.
Not be a girl's girl, you know? Now, as with any gender discourse, you might be wondering, what about the men? Oh, you won't? Well, anyway, if you have met one of these girls, you might notice that the men around you don't pick up on it because she's nice to them and they enjoy the attention. And the more you try to point it out, the more bitter and envious you come across. And this gets real dicey when someone's gunning for your partner because you don't want to seem like their crazy, jealous girlfriend. You know what she's up to. So I'm going to deliver a hot take. You ready? It's okay to be angry with the other woman when your boyfriend cheats on you. I think this applies to all genders, by the way, but I'm specifically referring to women here because I noticed that when a woman is cheated on and she feels anger towards the other woman, you do occasionally see people weaponize feminism against them. Yes, you should be directing 99.999% of your anger at your partner because they are the one who cheated, they broke the relationship contract. And it takes two to tango, blah, 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 blah. However, if you knowingly get with someone in a monogamous relationship, that is unethical. I don't know what to tell you. And I do think we often downplay that when discussing cheating. Like, I often hear people say things like, well, they don't know the person and they're not the one in the relationship. And
well, I mean, okay. Men who cheat are not often going to open with, hey, I have a girlfriend. They're not going to open with that. That's not the first thing they say, okay? They're not going to be disclosing that at any point if they think they're going to get sex from you. Like, it's just not happening, okay? Let's be for real, for honest, for real.
No. I don't agree. It's mean.
Quick editor's note here because I can anticipate the responses to that take. The reason why so many women say don't blame the other woman is because historically there has been a tendency for when wives have been cheated on to place more blame on her than their husband. And a lot of that is to do with internalized misogyny. It's to do with the fact that you don't want to blame your partner. You don't want to admit that they could do something like that to you. So it's just easier to blame the other person. And that lets men off scot-free, it reinforces the narrative that men just can't help themselves and, saves them from responsibility, which is wrong. So I think the pushback to that is don't blame the other woman at all. Don't even think about her. Just blame your man. And while I understand where this comes from, I think this kind of advice...
Look at this kitty! This kitty is so chill. Oh, it's so cute.
...ignores human emotion. It ignores empathy and how we operate. I think it's a very individualist way of looking at things. I don't know this person, therefore I have no obligation to them. Hear me out. I'm not defending going after the woman physically or her looks. I just think if someone is expressing anger and needs to vent about the other woman, cut them some slack. And I do think there is this tendency to, when discussing things from a more sort of social, political way, we can police and over-intellectualize human emotion. It's fine to talk about it on an abstract level, to say that when a woman gets cheated on, the reason she might blame the other woman is because of internalized misogyny, blah, 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 blah. But like everyday reality and human reaction doesn't work like that. Like if your friend gets cheated on and she, you know, talks about how she's angry with the other woman, I don't think it would be very helpful to be like, actually...
No, yeah. If my friend gets cheated on, I'm immediately like, fuck that dude. He's a piece of shit. You deserve so much better. I mean, obviously. Yeah, of course.
It's not very feminist of you. You know, that's just not how people work. So that's kind of what I'm trying to say.
He's married. I know he's married. That makes you the other woman. You're the other woman. I am not the other woman. I'm not. I mean, I know I am, but I am not that woman. Please, Charlotte. I feel bad enough already. Good. You should feel bad. Do you ever think about how she'd feel if she found out? Yes, I think about it all the time. No, you don't. You think about what would happen to you if she found out. You don't think about her. She's just the idiot wife. You don't know anything about her. Okay, in a minute, I'm gonna suffocate myself in this bubble wrap. This isn't a joke, Carrie. They took vows. Vows he broke. I'm getting married in 3 weeks. How would you feel if someone did this to me? I would kill them.
I mean, if you're not aware of it, then of course it's not your fault at all, right? But if you are, I'm glaring at you. Like the homophobic dog. Whitney Houston is her name. So why do women do this?
Whitney Houston.
Why do some...
Whitney Houston is reformed. She is no longer homophobic, okay? Okay, get it straight.
Women even actively seek out men in relationships. Now, I'm no psychologist, but I've got a guess. Self-esteem. Or lack thereof.
Now, this is a very extreme example, but I came across a creator from a funky frog bait video. It perfectly captures the type of woman who will seek attention from men to make his partner feel bad, like to validate her self-esteem and validate her hotness at the expense of the wife or girlfriend.
Kiss or slap? Slap. Slap? Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! He can't do either. None?
I do what my wife tells me to do.
So if she wasn't here, you would do whatever you want.
I would make not.
Yo, what the fuck?
Not if there was a camera.
Oh! Do you want to pound me?
What? Like twice? No.
Why not?
Married?
If you weren't married, would you do it?
Yeah. In a heartbeat.
So you're married, but if you weren't married, you'd do it in a heartbeat?
Well, I would want to get to know you first.
Again, I know this is content. This isn't real life. Like, I don't think she's actually trying to have affairs with these random dudes in Home Depot. In some ways, I think this is worse because it's filming people and putting them online and it's sexually harassing people in public. But anyway.
Could you take pictures of my quick?
Picture of your
Yeah.
For?
Could you be in the picture?
Another perfectly good example of not...
Oh my god. The pain. The cringe. I can't. Why would you do this to somebody? In public that you don't know. Oh, I wouldn't believe it's all staged, but I mean, it's probably not. It's probably not.
Being a girl's girl is actively putting your friend down to seem cute in front of the boys, and I have such a clear example of this. When I was about 15, I had a friend who we were hanging out with one of our guy friends, and she knew exactly what she was doing. She went to him, who looks better in their school uniform? Knowing exactly what he'd say. Like, I just knew as soon as she said it what she was doing. And I don't think she even fancied him. I think she just needed the validation. It was so weird. We've all met someone like that, and they are not girls.
So it's not breaking news when I tell you that sometimes women break their backs in order to appeal to men. Sometimes literally. Imagine being so desirable to a man that he just can't resist you, even though he has a girlfriend or a wife and 3 little tots at home. And listen, I'm aware that life isn't black and white. I'm not saying that if you've ever cheated or been the cheatee, other person, that you're automatically a bad person. We all make mistakes, we all learn and grow. You know, we like nuance on this channel. I'm talking about the people that get a real kick out of being the one that they cheat with, who go in with that intention. I've met people like that, and they give me the ick.
Yeah. Yeah, very sussy. Don't do that. Don't be a homewrecker intentionally. Why would you do that? Please don't do that. Very concerning.
Or worst of all, they do it to a friend. Oof, that is rotten.
And obviously I am aware that men do this to each other too, so I'm not saying anything about women doing this more.
Oh, Tara's had to qualify herself so many times out of fear of being just like destroyed in the comments. Ugh.
Or whatever, just this video is focused on being a girl's girl. Now, I do think there is an interesting discussion to be had about our expectations of women to each other, which we might not have of men. I guess there is the concept of being like a bros for hoes, but I don't know, you don't really hear guys guy or boys boy. But I think that's a different video for another day.
So those are the girlies who aren't interested in being girls, or they might claim to be, but they don't walk the walk. But might there be valid reasons to not be a girl's girl? Gasp. Is it automatically a good thing? Is girls girling a virtue? Can it?
I guess no. Just from like my very basic contact with it, I'm not for the girls. I don't like it. How about we just be people? Huh? How about that?
Maybe. Go too far? Yes. The answer is yes.
I will forever and always be a girl's girl to the extent that it might be a little toxic. You cheated on your boyfriend? Good. He probably deserved it. We're fighting over the same guy? Never mind. He's dead to me.
I know she's joking, by the way, so please don't come for her. But this is a sentiment that I've seen in a small minority of women, mostly online.
If you need me to creep on a dude who has you blocked, I will do that. No questions asked.
Holding your friends accountable for their bad actions is part of being a good friend. If they are treating their partner or just anyone badly, call it out. If you are invested in them as a person, you should tell them the truth.
To be a girl's girl to the point where you assume that the man is always automatically in the wrong ignores the fact that women, like people, can be awful. Women can be toxic too. Don't let them tell you that you can't, girlies. I do also sympathise and relate to the urge to want to uncritically defend a woman when she's criticised by men. Because women already get so much flack, to put it lightly. I also want to note, in case it wasn't glaringly obvious, that this discourse is very cis-het. That isn't meant to be a pejorative to the het sissies, but more to point out that not everyone thinks of gender in such binary terms. This is girl stuff, ladies. Here's girl rules to avoid girl mishaps. With this in mind, one might ask, is there even a need for girls? Why not just be a people's person? And my answer to that is No,
Wait.
despite
Pre-washed. It literally said that. Oh god.
what I just said a minute ago. This language is a useful descriptor to communicate the social codes that make women allies rather than enemies. I don't think it even matters if you have more guy friends or girlfriends. It's about how you view other women as a woman. Or femme person. You know where the sore points are, so when you see women deliberately push those buttons, oof, she's a wrong'un for that. And that is the end of my thesis.
The big announcement is coming in about 5 seconds, but I just want to quickly thank my patrons who keep this channel alive.
Okay, so the announcement. As you all know, I have a daughter, Sigrid, sweet Sigrid. She's not here, she's not in most of my videos because she's scared of the microphone. I now also have
Go follow Tara.
a son. Who is that? Oh, my son.
No.
Oh gosh, I got lipstick on you. I'm
Sweet
so sorry,
baby.
Mr. Boy, Mr. Ella. So this is Mr. Ella. He's a rescue. We're not quite sure how old he is. By we, I mean Siggy and I. So the story goes like this. He was dumped on a woman's doorstep and she brought him to the rescue. It's run by a vet. And they thought he was a girl. So they named him Ella. Then, after a vet visit, they realised he was male. So now he's called Mr. Ella, which I think is very gender of him. It's not even on purpose that he's cow print. Like, I applied for a different cat and they said that one was taken and she was like,
so cute.
Like, oh, this kitten is really confident. We think he'll get on with the dog.
Baby.
And then I met him and he was cow print. It's like, this is fate. This is actually fate.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Aww.
What you saying?
He's such a fun,
Chatty boy.
little guy. He's very mischievous. He's very confident. Loves people. And he and Siggy are getting on really well. I'm really proud of her. She's been really patient. You can see he's testing her patience. So that's the little guy. He will be appearing in many a video because unlike Sigrid,
Oh, they're cuddling. I love them.
he's not scared of the microphone. He's the new member of the gang. You'll be seeing him around. And yeah, that's it. So, lots of love from Mr. Ella and I. Say goodbye. Say goodbye, Mr. Ella. Say goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now.
This video is brought to you.
It's such a cute kitten. Oh. Oh. Cute kitten. Oh god, I do love a cat. I do. Okay. I'm so tired. We're so close. Okay, it's just another hour or so. We can do it. We can do it. We can make through one more, and this will probably be the last of it.
Hello, my beautiful doves. My name is Mina. How are you doing? Today's video is going to be on aesthetics. So I've been wanting to talk about aesthetics for a while because I've made a couple videos in the past talking about certain aesthetics. And I think in 2020, when most of the videos that I made came out, 2020 and 2021, we just saw like a boom in different aesthetics. We saw like cottagecore, dark academia, clowncore, goblincore, like Barbiecore. Then I feel like since 2022, the number of aesthetics that have come out have kind of petered off, and we just don't talk about them in the same kind of way. We still see a bunch of publications promoting things like mermaid core and blueberry milk nails. I wanted to talk about that kind of shift between...
Okay, I lied. I'm tired. I'm practically falling asleep already. But I appreciate you. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll be back tomorrow with this and many another thing. I appreciate you. Drink some water. Take care of yourself. Bye bye.